Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Omnitrix and had massive harem? Part 8. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Dekiru 10 by phantomdanger. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Spider Monkey hung upside down from a webline attached to Jiru's horn, his body relaxed yet poised like an acrobat. Jiru kept her balance effortlessly, standing on the pair of horns as her fingers lightly gripped the horn for support. Kendo stood confidently on another set of horns, a few feet away, her posture steady as she scanned the battlefield below. "Thanks, Grandpa, for those balance lessons," Itsuka said with a pleased smile, her tone light as she stood poised on her own horns. They were floating about 25 feet above the chaos, keeping an eye on the teams below as they fought for points. Spider Monkey closed his eyes, adopting a sage-like pose while still hanging from the webline. Om. Jiru arched a brow. Midoriya, what are you doing?" Trying to build up some nature energy, Spider Monkey replied with a calm tone, his voice almost serene. Both girls exchanged a blank look before turning to him. "Dork," they said in unison. Spider Monkey flinched dramatically, clutching his chest as if wounded. "Ouch. Right in the pride," he groaned, earning soft giggles from both girls. Spider Monkey flinched dramatically, clutching his chest as if wounded. "Ouch. Right in the pride," he groaned, earning soft giggles from both girls. "Good luck entering sage mode, dork," Itsuka teased with a smirk, making Spider Monkey blush before he turned to her. "Wait, how do you even know that reference?" he asked, tilting his head as he stared at her. Itsuka's face flushed instantly. She quickly covered her face with her hands. "And no reason. I don't know what you're talking about." Jiru chuckled, watching the exchange. "Oh, so you're both dorks," she teased, her smile wide. Spider Monkey chuckled, amused by Kendo's flustered embarrassment, but his thoughts quickly shifted as he continued observing how danger sense functioned. So far, it hadn't gone off, which reassured him that there were no immediate threats in the area. "So I have a past user's quirk? This whole time, I've been using another one for all users' ability without even realizing it. If I can use one, does that mean I can use the others too? How do I activate them or unlock them? Was it random that this one appeared? Or is there some kind of trigger?" Spider Monkey rubbed the back of his head thoughtfully. "When it activates, it feels like a stabbing pain in my head. Is it reacting to danger itself or something else? So far, I can predict incoming dangers, like with the minefield and Shota. But what are the limits? Can I sense the exact moment a danger is about to happen? Is it 5 minutes before? A minute? Just a second? How much time do I really have?" He mentally replayed moments from earlier fights when the quirk had activated, trying to piece together a pattern. It's almost like a sixth sense. But what sets it off exactly? Does it need someone to actively want to hurt me? Is that why it goes off every time Kachan's near me? Theories churned in his mind, but before he could dive further into analyzing the quirk, Present Mike's booming voice shattered his concentration. "Now, let's take a look at each team's points. Here are the current rankings up on the screen," Present Mike announced, drawing everyone's attention to the massive display as it lit up with the updated scores. IT seems like other than Midoriya, CLASSA isn't doing so well. In fact, more than half of Class A are falling behind. And Bakugo's team. They have 0 points. His shock was palpable as the crowd murmured in surprise. Bakugo's eyes widened in disbelief as the rankings flashed on the screen. His fists clenched tightly as he redirected his trajectory, explosions propelling him back toward his team's zone in a panic. His sharp gaze caught sight of his stolen flag, proudly planted in Monoma's zone. Fury overtook him as he veered toward the perpetrators. "Huh?" Spider Monkey and Jiru exclaimed in unison from their perch high on Pony's horns. Both of them, utilizing their enhanced hearing, tuned into the faint sounds coming from Monoma's zone. "Class 1A is far too small-minded," Monoma's mocking voice floated through the air, faint but sharp. "It's almost laughable how easily we've outmaneuvered them. Such simple minds make for easy prey." Meanwhile, Bakugo landed hard in Monoma's zone, the ground cracking under his forceful descent. He glared daggers at Monoma, Billy Billions, Aoyama standing blank-faced and Shinso, an unfamiliar purple-haired boy with a smug grin. Ugh, Billy sneered, taking a step back, clearly repulsed by Bakugo's mere presence. And they call you a hero? You're a walking temper tantrum. Bakugo's palms sparked, a dangerous heat radiating from him. I'll blow that smug look right off your... Wait. Tetsu's voice cut through, his hardened steel body gleaming as he stepped forward. His glare was locked on Monoma and his allies. So, you're the ones who messed with us. Such deceit cannot be overlooked, Abara added, her vine-like hair writhing around her in anger. Shinso's smirk deepened as he stepped forward. And what exactly are you going to do about it? His voice was smooth, laced with mockery. He snapped his fingers, his expression bored. Hey, sparkly French boy, take her out. Aoyama moved instantly, his naval laser bursting to life in a blinding beam of energy. The attack sliced through the air with precision, forcing Tetsu to react. Get behind me! Tetsu roared, stepping in front of Abara. He braced himself, crossing his arms as the searing beam collided with his iron body. The impact sent tremors through the ground, scorching his metallic skin and leaving faint, glowing lines of melted steel. He staggered, panting, but refused to fall. Tetsu, are you? I'm fine, he interrupted, glaring fiercely. This isn't enough to stop me. Abara's eyes hardened as her vines surged forward, splitting the earth as they shot toward Aoyama. The vines coiled around him like snakes, pinning his arms and stopping his next attack. From the side, Billy snickered. Cute trick, he said, before glancing at Shinso and Kaminari. Kaminari, who stood unnaturally still, electricity crackling faintly around him. Shinso's smirk didn't waver. He turned his attention to Kaminari. Your turn, Blondie. Attack. Kaminari obeyed without hesitation, his movements mechanical as electricity crackled violently around him. Kaminari moved without hesitation, electricity surging through his body as he lunged at Tetsu and Abara, his hands sparking dangerously. Abara acted quickly, planting her vines deep into the ground and wrapping them around Kaminari. The vines tightened, holding him fast while insulating against the electricity. Sparks danced harmlessly along the surface of the vines, but Kaminari remained immobilized. Just as they began to regain control of the situation, Shinso appeared behind them. His hands landed firmly on Tetsu and Abara's shoulders. Both students froze, their eyes wide with surprise. You know, Shinso said casually, leaning closer, for Hero Course students, you're pretty disappointing. Like hell we are. Tetsu growled, his steel body vibrating with tension. We will not allow, Abara began, her voice defiant. But then their voices faltered, and their expressions went blank. Shinso released them, stepping back with a victorious smirk. Hey, whoa. What the heck just happened here? Who's this purple-haired kid stealing the show? That's Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies. As you've just seen, his quirk allows him to take control of anyone, Aizawa said. The stands erupted into an uproar from the sudden revelation. Wait, that's the kid's quirk? Someone in the crowd shouted, disbelief filling their voice. And they placed him in General Studies. What a bunch of idiots, a pro-hero woman commented with a scoff, shaking her head at the thought. Kirishima appeared soon after, his skin hardened and ready to back up Bakugo. Bakugo. I came to back you up, he called out, his voice filled with determination. He was soon joined by Ishido, who seemed to be stewing in anger over their earlier encounter with Bakugo. Listen up. Bakugo barked at his teammates, his glare fierce. Don't touch the purple-haired kid. That's how he gets you. That's his quirk, right? He spat, his voice dripping with disdain as he fixed Shinso with an intense glare. Shinso's expression remained completely unchanged, unfazed by Bakugo's words. He glanced lazily at him and shrugged. Do you always run your mouth like this? He asked, his tone bored, almost mocking. Billy, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. Wow, even a dimwit like him figured it out, he muttered under his breath, clearly unimpressed. Monoma, leaning against a nearby rock, sneered at Bakugo. And what exactly do you think you're going to do about it, Bakugo? He taunted. You can't exactly beat us without touching us. His voice was dripping with smug confidence. Bakugo's glare only deepened, a vein throbbing on his temple. Oh, we'll see about that in about a minute when I've kicked your ass and taken all your damn points, he snarled, his tone dangerous. Kirishima scratched his chin, taking in the situation. So his quirk works through physical contact, huh? That's how it works? He asked, trying to make sense of it all. Monoma, still grinning, shrugged nonchalantly. Well, since Midnight said this is just the first game, it wouldn't make sense for them to cut a ton of people in the qualifier, right? We assumed they'd keep around 40 people for the next stage, so we made sure to stay within that number. We kept an eye on who could pose a real threat, checking out their quirks while running from the back. There's no need to obsess over winning the prelims. We were more focused on gathering intel on Midoriya's forms. Kendo was adamant about not giving us any of that information, though, he added with a smirk, clearly proud of the strategy. Bakugo's brow furrowed with frustration. You did all this as a class? He asked, voice sharp as he processed Monoma's words. Well, it wasn't a full-on class consensus, but it was a damn good idea, right? Monoma replied confidently. Now, excuse me, I'm done playing with small fries like you. Time to face Midoriya. We've got a contingency for him, he said, his grin widening. Bakugo's eye twitched, tick marks popping up all over his forehead as his rage flared to life. He was done listening to Monoma's smug attitude. Billy, who had been quietly observing the entire exchange, chuckled darkly. Kirishima. Raccoon eyes. Change of plan. Bakugo growled, his voice seething with fury as if possessed by a demon. His hands clenched into fists, the fire in his eyes unrelenting. Before we get shitty Deku, let's wipe out all these guys. It's Mina Ishido, you jerk. Mina shot back, her voice biting with indignation, her anger flaring. Before Bakugo could react, Shinso's voice cut through the chaos. Before you go off, you might want to get your classmates back. His voice was smooth, but carried a quiet threat. Vine girl, let go of the blonde kid. Tape guy, go after your classmates. Vine girl, protect us from the blonde guy's electrical attack. Abara's face went blank as her body obeyed Shinso's commands without hesitation. Her usually calm demeanor was replaced by an eerie vacancy in her expression. She released Kaminari, who immediately surged forward, his body crackling with electricity. His vacant expression mirrored Abara's as he moved like a puppet on strings, his limbs jerking mechanically. Meanwhile, Zero swung toward their classmates, also with a vacant, blank stare, his movements similarly hollow. Abara's hair shot into the ground like a viper, then vines erupted in front of Billy, Monoma, and Shinso, forming a protective barricade. Kaminari's surge of electricity arced through the air, crackling like thunder. It lashed over them like a storm, but it wasn't just the villains who were affected. Whoa! Talk about friendly fire. Kaminari turns on his teammates and delivers a shocking display of power, Present Mike shouted, his voice echoing through the stadium, his excitement evident despite the chaos. The electric storm raged as Bakugo and Ishido were both hit by the full brunt of the surge. Bakugo's body spasmed uncontrollably, his muscles locking as the shock tore through him. His fury was palpable, but he couldn't move. Ishido's own body jerked violently beside him, both of them left powerless in the wake of Kaminari's wild attack. However, Kirishima was made of sturdier stuff. His hardened body absorbed the electrical surge, but the force of it sent violent tremors through him. His vacant expression remained, showing no sign of his usual fight or flight determination. He gritted his teeth, pushing through the agony. His body, crackling with electricity, barely withstood the attack as he drew his fist back. With a primal roar, Kirishima lunged forward, his fist connecting with Kaminari's gut in a gut-wrenching punch. The force was enough to send Kaminari stumbling backward, his vacant expression snapping into shock as the electrical storm dissipated. He clutched his stomach, gasping for breath, his body racked with pain. Vomit spilled from his mouth as his legs buckled beneath him. What happened? Kaminari gasped, blinking in confusion, his body still trembling from the aftermath of his own electricity. Why yeah. Zero echoed, his body still twitching from the residual shock, his vacant expression now slowly fading as his consciousness returned. Damn it. Raccoon eyes. Tape arms. Weird hair. Pikachu, you guys get the other points and bring them back to base. Bakugo screamed, his rage boiling over. His fists clenched, the desire for revenge igniting in his chest. I'm going to get our flag back. Spider Monkey, still hanging upside down by a web thread on Pony's horn, glanced over at Class 1B with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Whoa. So, your class had a plan to throw the qualifier? Kendo, balancing herself easily on the two horns, gave a long sigh. Yeah. Monoma came up with this ridiculous plan where we throw the qualifier so we can observe everyone's quirks from the middle ranks. To gauge what we can do and take advantage of it during the second event, Spider Monkey asked, his eyes wide. Kendo nodded. Exactly. He thought it'd give Class B an advantage by ensuring only us made it to the finals. She pinched the bridge of her nose, clearly frustrated. Some of our classmates actually agreed to that harebrained scheme. Well, that's just stupid. Jiru said bluntly, her expression deadpan. The sports festival is our chance to show off our quirks, so the pros can see what we're capable of. Throwing the qualifier just seems like a dumb move. It's not like we can show off our best tricks in an obstacle course anyway. Spider Monkey shrugged, seemingly unfazed. People do love an underdog, though. Kendo sighed again, the exhaustion evident in her voice. Yeah, well, Monoma mostly wanted to figure out what forms Midoriya would use, so we'd be more prepared. Kinda dumb too, Jiro chimed in. If Greenie turned into Fast Track, he wouldn't have shown anything anyway. Kendo just shrugged again, resigned. Though, just saying, Jiro added with a teasing smile, your class can't really complain that we're taking the spotlight, when your class tried to throw the qualifier just to get an advantage. Kendo flinched, scratching her head awkwardly at Jiro's pointed remark. Yeah, you're right, we can't really complain. Spider Monkey then spoke up, his voice thoughtful. Though, that Shinso guy he explained why Ojiro, Tetsu, Aoyama, and Abara are on a team. Itsuka nodded, looking over at the board. He must have used his quirk to control and wait out the clock when we had to form teams. And since everyone was already paired up by then, they were stuck together, Jiro added, crossing her arms and looking at the board. Spider Monkey glanced at the team listed on the screen. Ojiro, Tetsu, Aoyama, and Abara. It was an odd combination, especially since Aoyama barely interacted with anyone, making it a surprise that they'd been grouped together. Though, at least Tetsu and Ojiro seemed to be snagging some points, Itsuka said, a little smile tugging at her lips as she glanced at the teams. Oh, Spider Monkey muttered, his voice barely above a whisper as danger sense screamed in his mind. His wide, alert eyes darted upwards to Kendo and Jiro. Kendo, Jiro, get ready. Both looked at him, confused, but Spider Monkey's attention was already shifting downward. His senses stabbed sharply at the base of his skull, directing his gaze below. There, like a glacier waiting to surge, stood Todoroki. His feet hovered a few inches above the ground, supported by the low hum of the hover soles. The boots vibrated with mechanical precision, their thrusters propelling him with just enough force to maintain a steady, stable position. Ochako, a quiet smile on her face, walked past him. As she brushed against his arm, Todoroki felt the familiar weightlessness take hold of him. His feet lifted from the ground, and he glanced at her, his gravity reduced to zero. He, my babies are truly magnificent, don't you think? Mei Hatsume said with a grin, her hands on her hips, proudly observing the floating Todoroki. Todoroki gave a curt nod, his gaze scanning the battlefield. His hover soles hummed in harmony with his movement, keeping him balanced even without gravity's pull. Make sure you trap him, he ordered, his voice unwavering. Iida, secure the other flags. Uraraka, make everyone float. I don't want our team getting pinned down. Ochako saluted energetically before touching Mei on the shoulder. Ooh, this is fun, Mei said. Spider Monkey gulped as danger sense flared in his head, the stabbing pain warning him of an impending attack. He tightened his grip and, without thinking, blurted out, "It's over, Todoroki. I have the high ground." Todoroki's expression didn't waver, his breath forming a frosty mist as he replied coldly, "You underestimate my power." 1. The Todoroki extended his right hand downward, palm facing the earth. Instantly, the temperature plummeted. With a mighty burst, a jagged pillar of ice erupted from the ground beneath him. The shockwave of frost surged outward like a tidal wave, encasing the entire battlefield. Those caught in the wave found themselves trapped as thick, Hard ice rapidly encased their feet, then cold seeping into their bones, leaving them frozen in place. A blanket of white frost spread across the entire arena, turning the ground beneath into a slick, frozen wasteland. The chilling grip of Todoroki's ice was inescapable, freezing anyone who couldn't react fast enough, including nearly all of Class 1A, leaving only a few students free from its frozen reach. Iida wasted no time. He darted across the icy terrain, his engine-powered legs roaring as he snatched flags from helpless opponents. His speed turned him into a blur, flags quickly piling into his grasp. Todoroki's hover soles kept him aloft, the thrusters humming as they lifted him higher, above the ice. His form hovered, cold and determined, just above the towering ice pillar he had created. Spider Monkey let out a nervous laugh, his voice cracking slightly in the intense atmosphere. Okay, maybe I was wrong. High ground's not everything. We've reached our halfway mark. Class 1B alongside Hitoshi Shinso have made a surprising turn of events as they take down Class 1A. Now Shoto Todoroki faces off against the airborne trio. Using support items. Present Mike said through speakers. 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Spider Monkey looked down, eyes narrowing as Iida zoomed past, collecting flags with astonishing speed and heading toward Todoroki's zone. He planted them with precision, the flags standing tall in their new positions. Tenya Iida with surprising takes the immobile team's flags for their own. Aizawa's voice rang through the arena. Todoroki, hovering above the ice pillar he'd created, shot a chilling glare downward. I'll be taking that now. Juro, still balanced precariously on Pony's horns, felt her heart race as Kendo cracked her knuckles, preparing for the next move. The air grew heavy as the tension between the four players intensified. Spider Monkey suddenly felt the sharp stab of danger sense as Todoroki thrust his hands forward, unleashing a wave of ice-cold fury. The moment the ice surged toward them, Kendo and Juro sprang into action, darting to the side as Pony expertly guided her horns through the sky, dodging the freezing onslaught. Whoa! Juro yelped, thrown off by the sudden movement. Why are we moving? Pony's controlling them. Try to stay on your feet. Kendo barked, feeling the icy breeze brush against her shoulder as the wave whipped past. Pony's eyes narrowed with concentration, her two horns zipping around with deadly accuracy. She was an expert at using them as both weapons and tools for maneuverability. As the cold wave brushed past, her horns veered sharply, the two piercing through the air. Hold on tight, Pony commanded, her voice steady as she adjusted their flight path. She had been watching via binoculars from their zone. Spider Monkey, feeling the piercing pressure of his danger sense, shot a web into the air, catching one of Pony's horns. With a powerful yank, he swung himself toward Todoroki, cocking his fist back, blue electricity crackling around his body in preparation for a devastating strike. Todoroki's icy stare never faltered as he placed his palm flat against the ice pillar beneath him. Suddenly, jagged ice formations exploded from the ground like deadly shards, homing in on Spider Monkey with lethal precision. Green, cover your ears. Juro screamed. Spider Monkey immediately braced himself, but Juro, sensing the danger, unleashed a full-throated sonic blast from her boots. The force of the sound shattered the ice shards into oblivion, scattering fragments across the battlefield. Todoroki flinched, hands instinctively clutching his ears as Spider Monkey swung into range, launching a powerful right hook toward him. Todoroki's head jerked violently to the right. Todoroki's expression darkened as he gripped Spider Monkey's forearm, icy tendrils wrapping around it. But before he could fully encase it, Spider Monkey planted two rapid kicks into Todoroki's torso. The force of the blows knocked the air from his lungs, and he was sent skidding backward, his breath coming out in ragged gasps. Todoroki's hoverboots kicked in, stabilizing him mid-air, but the force of the kicks left him momentarily disoriented. His eyes locked onto Spider Monkey, fury burning in his gaze. He launched another powerful ice wave, this one even more intense, freezing the web string connecting to Kendo's horn in a blink. The ice shattered like glass as Spider Monkey, caught off guard, began plummeting. But in a split second, he shot another web toward the icy pillar, swinging with all his might to stay in the fight. Talk about aerial combat. Todoroki faces off against Midoriya, but it's Tsunotori Pony expertly using her horns to keep Kendo and Jiro out of harm's way from his icy onslaught. Impressive coordination, Aizawa commented, his voice dry. Even from a distance, Pony is using her horns with skill to control the flow of battle, while the others back up Midoriya. Todoroki glanced at the time, 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. His jaw clenched. He had to act quickly. Iida, now, Todoroki bellowed, his commanding voice slicing through the frosty air, signaling his next move. Ochako immediately reached out, her hand brushing Iida's arm. Her zero-gravity quirk activated in an instant, rendering Iida weightless. Without hesitation, his engines roared to life, the sound deafening as they launched him skyward with incredible speed, streaking toward the airborne Spider Monkey like a missile. Spider Monkey's danger sense erupted in his mind, the sharp, stabbing warning causing his heart to race. His four hands tightened their grip on the nearby ledges of ice Todoroki had left behind, but there was no time to act, no time to dodge. The world blurred as Iida closed the distance in mere seconds. Iida's leg shot back, his engines flaring with an extra burst of power. Recipro. His voice echoed through the air as his momentum surged. Burst. The kick connected directly with Spider Monkey's torso. The sheer force was like a cannonball striking its target. The impact reverberated through the air with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Spider Monkey's body hurtled backward, limbs flailing, as he was flung through the battlefield with such force that the air itself seemed to shatter around him. The Omnitrix wielder crashed into the frozen ground below, the impact carving a deep crater into the ice-coated earth. The sound of the collision was deafening, dust and frost exploding into the air in a chaotic swirl. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent, save for the faint hum of Todoroki's hover souls above. Spider Monkey groaned as he attempted to push himself up, his entire body aching from the devastating blow. His hands trembled as he planted them on the icy ground, his breath labored. "Man," he muttered, voice strained as he coughed out a nervous laugh. "That really hurt." "Release," Ochako said as Todoroki and Iida, regaining their gravity, slid down a newly formed ice ramp. They slid down, Todoroki quickly cooling off Iida's engines. "Midoriya," Kendo shouted from the air, her voice laced with concern. Spider Monkey groaned, his body aching from the kick, but he was all right. One for All's enhancement of his durability, combined with his own natural resilience, allowed him to shrug off the attack. "I'm all right," Spider Monkey began to say, but his danger sense suddenly kicked in, warning him of an incoming attack. A capture net-like contraption flew by, narrowly missing Spider Monkey as he dodged to the side. But May wasn't finished yet. With a swift motion, she activated the net's recall function, and it suddenly changed direction, flying back towards Spider Monkey with incredible speed. Spider Monkey tried to react, but it was too late. The net enveloped him from behind, trapping him in its grasp. May grinned triumphantly. "Ah, gotcha. My magnetic capture net is a versatile tool that can be used to capture and restrain opponents. Not only can it be fired like a projectile, but it can also be recalled like a magnet, allowing me to catch my opponents off guard and trap them from behind." Spider Monkey struggled against the net, but it held firm. May's invention had him right where she wanted him. Are you seriously advertising right now?" Ochako shouted in shock, her eyes wide with incredulity. May grinned, seemingly unfazed by the absurdity of the situation. "I have to take every opportunity to advertise my babies. Since the 10 million point prize over there has his team full, I chose the next best option, numbers 2 and 3. Spider Monkey's eyes narrowed, his expression confident. "You don't actually expect a net to hold me, do you?" he asked, his voice dripping with confidence. One for All sparked to life, crackling with energy as Spider Monkey began to tear through the net. May's grin only grew wider as she pressed a button on her wrist-mounted controller. The net suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of electricity, coursing through Spider Monkey's body like a live wire. His muscles convulsed, his eyes wide with pain as he screamed, his voice hoarse from the shock. "Folks, we've got a real shocker here. May's magnetic capture net has not only snagged Spider Monkey, but it's also delivering a massive electrical shock." The crowd is on the edge of their seats as Spider Monkey struggles to break free. Spider Monkey coughed, steam rising from his bruised and battered body as he lay tangled within the electrified net. Sparks danced across his fur, the residual shock still numbing his muscles. Despite his condition, his eyes burned with defiance. Todoroki descended from his icy ramp with practiced grace, his breath visible in the frigid air. As Todoroki approached, Spider Monkey's sharp instincts flared. Danger sense screamed, but his body was too weakened to react. Todoroki raised his right hand, and with a powerful thrust, a freezing trail of ice erupted from his palm. In an instant, Spider Monkey was engulfed in a thick, glistening column of ice. Spider Monkey squirmed within the icy prison, his face a mix of pain and frustration as he strained against his bonds. His movements were slow, the encroaching cold draining his strength. Todoroki stepped closer, his boots crunching against the frost-covered ground. He reached out and grasped the 10 million point flag strapped to Spider Monkey's back like a trophy waiting to be claimed. "Like I said before," Todoroki murmured, his voice low and cold, "I'll be taking that." His hand tugged on the flag with deliberate ease. Spider Monkey's eyes snapped wide open, a desperate fire igniting within them. "No," he growled through gritted teeth. Sparks began to flicker across his body, faint at first, then growing brighter as blue electricity surged and crackled around him. The air grew thick with tension, buzzing with raw energy. The ground beneath the icy column trembled faintly, the cracks in the ice spreading as Spider Monkey's power built as he used higher percentage. 13%, he growled. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. Recognizing the danger, he slammed his right hand into the frozen ground. A tidal wave of frost erupted from the impact, surging toward Spider Monkey and reinforcing the ice around him. The column expanded, thick and jagged, like a glacier erupting from the earth. For a moment, all was still. And then, a deafening crack split the air. The ice shuddered violently, spiderweb-like fractures crawling across its surface as Spider Monkey roared. Blue electricity surged outward in violent pulses, and the column of ice exploded outward in a cataclysmic burst. Shards of ice scattered like deadly shrapnel, while a massive shockwave rippled through the arena. The force hit like a hurricane, sending Todoroki, Ochako, Iida, and Mei flying back as if they were weightless. Their bodies were thrown across the field, slamming into the ground with bone-jarring impacts. Ochako and Mei were thrown the furthest back from the shockwave alone. Todoroki and Iida tumbled before finding the footing skidding on the ground. Spider Monkey took ragged breaths, his chest heaving with exertion. 13%, he growled, the words barely audible over the crackling of One for All's energy around him. Todoroki seemed pleased with himself. But his expression was short-lived, as Iida suddenly sprang into action. The speedster's engines roared to life, and he shot forward like a bullet, his body a blur as he accelerated towards Spider Monkey. But Spider Monkey's danger sense was on high alert, and he let his instincts take over. With a swift, powerful motion, he cocked his fist back and unleashed a devastating punch that caught Iida straight in the midsection. Spit flew out. The impact was tremendous, and Iida's body crumpled under the force of the blow. He was sent flying backward, his speed and momentum halted in an instant. The crowd gasped in shock, stunned by the sudden and brutal stoppage of Iida's high-speed attack. No one could see him move, so him coming to an abrupt stop like that was baffling. Todoroki's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed intently on Spider Monkey. "Uraraka," he called out, his voice low and urgent. Todoroki's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed intently on Spider Monkey. "Uraraka," he called out, his voice low and urgent. Ochako, who had been watching the exchange with wide eyes, suddenly snapped back to attention. "Huh, yeah," she replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. Todoroki's expression remained serious. "Does Midoriya have a sixth sense?" he asked, his eyes never leaving Spider Monkey's face. Uraraka's confusion deepened. Not that I'm aware of," she replied, her brow furrowed in thought. Todoroki's gaze lingered on Spider Monkey for a moment longer before he turned to Uraraka. No way he could have predicted and reacted to Iida with instincts alone, he said, his voice dripping with conviction. "Iida, Uraraka, grab points from the other teams. It's difficult for me to use my quirk with people around." The stadium erupted into chaos as the crowd realized what had just happened. Present Mike's voice boomed through the speakers, his excitement palpable. "Yo, What the heck, you saw that reaction time. It's like he's got superhuman reflexes. How did he even see Ida coming? That was a high-speed attack, and he just stopped it cold. Aizawa, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at Spider Monkey's incredible reflexes. To be able to react to that kind of reaction time, he thought to himself, his eyes narrowing in introspection. It's almost as if he has a heightened sense of awareness. But how is that possible? Spider Monkey panted heavily, his chest heaving with exertion, as Kendo and Jiro leapt off Pony's horn and rushed to his side, their faces etched with concern. "Greenie, you okay?" Jiro asked, her voice laced with worry. Spider Monkey nodded, wincing in pain. "I'm okay. My body hurts a little, but I'll be fine." But before he could finish, his danger sense screamed in warning, and he acted on instinct. With a swift motion, he used his lower pair of arms to shove Kendo and Jiro away from him, just as two massive metal projectiles came crashing down. Spider Monkey's upper arms shot up to block the attack, his hands grasping the metal projectiles as they slammed into him with incredible force. He dug his feet deep into the ground, his muscles straining to resist the impact. The earth beneath him shuddered, and a shockwave erupted, creating a small crater in the ground. Despite the tremendous force, Spider Monkey's feet refused to budge, anchored firmly to the ground. He locked eyes with Billy Billions, who was glaring at him with a hateful gaze that seemed to burn with an inner fire. The intensity of Billy's stare was almost palpable, rivaling even the infamous glare of Katsuki Bakugo. With a sudden surge of strength, Spider Monkey pushed back against the metal projectiles, using his powerful arms to propel Billy backward. The billionaire's son flew through the air, landing hard on the ground with a thud. Billy got back groaning. The boy had metal gauntlet-like device. They were each pretty big on their own, humming with power. And that's Billy Billions, a quirkless genius. He's made it this far using old-fashioned brain power. Present Mike's voice boomed through the stadium, his words dripping with excitement. The crowd murmured in surprise, and some of the students looked at each other in confusion. "Whoa, he's quirkless," one of them whispered. "Wait, Billy Billions, like the billionaire?" another student asked, eyes wide with wonder. Aizawa, meanwhile, was studying the files of Billy Billions, his expression puzzled. "This kid has no intention of being a hero," he muttered to himself. He didn't even bother applying to the hero course. Present Mike's voice cut through the air once more. Wait, really?" he asked, his tone incredulous. Aizawa's eyes narrowed as he analyzed Billy's personality. And from his personality, I doubt he would even want to be a hero. The way he talks about Class 1A, particularly Midoriya, I'm sure he wouldn't want to be in their class or any class for that matter. Present Mike's voice was filled with confusion. Then why the hell is he trying so hard? Aizawa shrugged, his expression unreadable. "I have no idea," he said, putting the papers away. "But one thing's for sure, Billy Billions is a wild card." Midoriya, Billy growled, his eyes blazing with jealousy. "You think you're so special?" Spider Monkey's eyes narrowed, and he assumed a fighting pose, his muscles tensed and ready. "What's your problem with me?" Spider Monkey asked, his voice firm. "If this is about Yaoyorozu, let me tell you, we're just friends." Billy's sneer deepened. "It's everything about you. Everyone's always praising you, fawning over your quirk, something you didn't even work for. You didn't earn your powers, you just got lucky." Billy's face turned red with rage. "I don't need powers like the rest of you," he snarled. "I have the real talent, the real brains. And I'll show them all why I'm better than everyone by beating you to a bloody pulp." Billy's smirk grew wider as he called out, "Hey, Monoma, bring him out." Spider Monkey's danger sense screamed in warning, and he felt a sudden jolt of pain. He dodged to the side just in time, avoiding Billy's metal gauntlet as it came crashing down. Zap! Monoma's voice echoed through the air, and a bolt of lightning struck the ground where Spider Monkey had been standing just moments before. The air was filled with the acrid smell of ozone, and the ground was scorched and blackened. Splat! A voice echoed through the air, and a massive glob of gooey, sticky liquid hurtled towards Spider Monkey. He tried to dodge, but the substance splattered across his body, weighing him down. Zap! Monoma's voice shouted, and a bolt of lightning struck the ground mere inches from Spider Monkey's feet. The air was filled with the acrid smell of ozone, and the ground trembled beneath his feet. FWOOSH. A wave of flames erupted from Billy's direction, forcing Spider Monkey to leap out of the way. His danger sense was screaming in his mind, warning him of the multiple attacks coming his way. Kendo and Jiro were forced to dodge a few stray attacks themselves, their movements swift and agile as they avoided the lightning bolts and flames. Yawn. Manga Fukidashi's voice boomed, and the massive materialized word shot through the air like a battering ram. Spider Monkey twisted mid-swing, his instincts screaming, but he wasn't quick enough. The word grazed his shoulder, and an overwhelming wave of exhaustion crashed over him, dragging him down like a weight tied to his limbs. Monoma and Billy shared a triumphant look, their smirks brimming with vindication. Above them, Spider Monkey faltered. His agile movements slowed, and the branches he had so skillfully swung from suddenly felt like slippery traps. His grip faltered, and gravity claimed him. He fell hard, the impact shaking the earth as he hit the ground with a heavy thud. Dirt and dust exploded outward as Spider Monkey lay sprawled, gasping for air. His muscles refused to respond, trembling with fatigue. Every breath felt heavier than the last, his energy slipping away like water through cupped hands. Billy seized the moment, charging with explosive speed. His battle cry tore through the air, his fist pulled back like a wrecking ball ready to swing. Wham! The punch connected with bone-crushing force, launching Spider Monkey across the battlefield like a missile. He slammed into a tree, the trunk splintering under the impact. Leaves and bark rained down as the tree groaned under the weight of the blow. Midoriya, Kendo and Jiro's voices rang out in unison, panic lacing their words. They sprinted toward him, their eyes wide with alarm. Spider Monkey's battered body trembled, exhaustion anchoring him to the ground. His breaths came in shallow gasps as if the very air had been knocked from his lungs. Then, the piercing sound broke through the haze. Beep, beep, beep. The Omnitrix's ominous warning blared, loud and unrelenting, cutting through the noise of the battlefield. Spider Monkey struggled, his fingers clawing at the dirt, his body refusing to rise. "And no," he croaked, his voice barely a whisper. His vision blurred as red light engulfed him. "Izuku Midoriya has turned back to human." Present Mike's voice thundered across the stadium. Midoriya has reverted back to his human form. The chaos around him stilled. Every pair of eyes locked onto the now exposed Izuku lay trying to push himself up, the red flash of the Omnitrix fading. "Midoriya is human," Awase muttered, disbelief hanging on his words. Suyu's eyes glimmered with understanding. "He must have run out of energy," she said softly. That realization sent a ripple through the remaining students. Then, like wolves spotting weakened prey, they charged, their eyes fixated on the 10 million point flag still clutched in Izuku's trembling hands. Kendo and Jiro leapt in front of him, planting themselves as a human shield. "Damn it," Jiro spat, jamming her jacks into the ground. "Midoriya, can you move?" Izuku coughed, forcing words out between ragged breaths. "And no. My body feels like lead." Jiro's face darkened, her resolve hardening. "We just need to hold on a little longer." Her words cut off as a barrage of Rin's scales pierced the ground around them, pinning her jacks in place. "Come on, it's just a fight for points," Rin bellowed, advancing with a vicious grin. Kendo's fist swelled to massive size as she stepped forward to meet up the charge. "This is bad," she muttered. "Even if we hold them off, we'll be down to the wire." Yaoyorozu wanted us to hold them off till the 3-minute marker. Izuku ignored their chatter, his gaze falling to the Omnitrix. Its once vibrant green core now glowed red, warning of its exhaustion. He let out a slow, weary sigh as danger sense flared in his mind, sharper than ever. "Kendo, Jiro, get behind me," he said, his voice low but steady. "Huh, what are you going to do?" Jiro demanded, glancing back at him. "You can barely stand," Kendo added, her voice filled with worry. Izuku planted his feet, forcing his trembling body upright. "Jiro," he began, his green eyes sparking with determination, "you wanted to know why I never use 100% of my quirk, right?" Kendo's breath caught. "Wait, what do you mean you don't?" Izuku inhaled deeply, cutting her off. A faint smile touched his lips, though exhaustion hung heavy in his eyes. Recovery girl's going to kill me for this. Green lightning erupted from his body, crackling and surging with raw, untamed power. It spread across his limbs, arcs of electricity. 100%. The world exploded. Boom. The flick of his finger unleashed a torrent of force so immense it obliterated the battlefield. A cataclysmic shockwave surged outward, flattening everything in its path. The air itself seemed to rupture, a deafening sonic boom tearing through the stadium. The sheer wind pressure carved craters into the ground, ripping up earth and sending debris flying like shrapnel. Trees were uprooted, their trunks splintering into toothpicks under the force. Todoroki's wall of ice cracked and shattered as if it were made of brittle glass. The dual quirk prodigy was flung backward, his usually stoic face contorted in shock. Where does he get this kind of power? Tetsu braced himself, hardening his body to its absolute limit. Even so, the overwhelming force sent him tumbling like a ragdoll. All across the battlefield, students were thrown into disarray. Bodies crashed into the ground, battered and stunned by the sheer magnitude of Izuku's attack. For a moment, silence hung over the arena, broken only by the groans of the fallen. Dust settled slowly, revealing a scene of utter devastation. Every pair of eyes turned to Izuku Midoriya, standing at the epicenter of the destruction. Silence hung in the stadium like a storm about to break. Jaws dropped, and the crowd sat frozen, grappling with the enormity of what they had just witnessed. The level of destructive force Izuku had unleashed, replicating the hurricane-like power of a certain legendary hero with a single flick, was almost too much to comprehend. The tension shattered with Present Mike's scream. Unbelievable. Folks, what the hell is this power? Eraser, what did Midoriya just do? He knocked away everyone with a flick. Mike's voice boomed, cracking with genuine disbelief. Aizawa's voice was calm but tinged with a rare trace of pride. Midoriya usually operates at about 8% of his true power. What you just witnessed was 100% his quirk at full capacity. Gasps rippled through the audience as realization sank in. That kind of raw, hurricane-like devastation had only ever been associated with one man. Endeavor narrowed his eyes, his fiery gaze fixed on Izuku. That boy, that power, it's unmistakable. Hawks leaned back in his chair, his wings twitching as his sharp eyes analyzed the battlefield. Only 8% until now. Either the kid's smarter than he looks, or he's got a reckless streak a mile wide. Still, seeing that kind of strength locked away, it's both terrifying and impressive. Yukio cupped her chin thoughtfully, her soft voice cutting through the weight of the moment. Holding back to that extent is both admirable and dangerous. I can see why he'd do it to protect his classmates, but that level of restraint could cost him dearly in a real battle. Still, the sheer destructive force he showed just now. She trailed off, her brow furrowed with both awe and concern. Maruko, however, smirked, folding her arms confidently. 8%. That kid's been holding back this whole time and still made it this far. Gotta give him credit, he's tough. But it also shows how soft everyone else is if he can toy with them at a fraction of his strength. Her laugh was sharp, tinged with excitement. This kid just keeps getting more interesting. He doesn't act or look like it, but he's one tough kid. Endeavor scoffed, flames licking his shoulders as he sneered. Holding back is foolish. He almost lost the flag because of his hesitation. It's a weakness, and my Shoto will show him just how costly that mistake is. Hawks raised an eyebrow at Endeavor's remark but said nothing, his attention flickering back to Izuku, who now stood trembling from the strain of his effort. In the stands, the murmurs of spectators grew louder. Wait, he's been fighting with only 8% of his strength. One person exclaimed, disbelief coloring their voice. No wonder he's been so careful, he must have been trying not to hurt his classmates, another spectator speculated, awe and understanding dawning in their tone. He might have been holding back, but did you see that? A single flick, and he flattened the entire field. Who even is this kid? As you can see, 100% is quite powerful. Aizawa began, his voice trailing off as the dust cloud surrounding Izuku began to clear. The crowd gasped in unison as they took in the sight of Izuku's injured hand. Jiro's eyes widened in horror as she took in the sight of Izuku's finger, which was twisted at an unnatural angle. The skin was a deep purple, and the bone was visibly protruding from the skin. But it's not because he's holding back out of some sense of mercy or weakness, Aizawa continued, his voice firm. The reason he doesn't use 100% of his quirk is because of the backlash. Izuku clenched his fist, gritting his teeth in anger and pain. The sound of his bones cracking and shifting was audible, and the crowd winced in sympathy. Aizawa's expression was grim. The backlash literally breaks his bones when he uses 100% of his quirk. It's a crippling side effect that he's been trying to keep under wraps. The crowd was stunned, unsure of how to react to this revelation. Wait, his backlash is broken bones. Someone in the stands shouted, their voice filled with both horror and disbelief. The fuck? What kind of fucking backlash is that? That's insane. Who the hell willingly does that to themselves? Another person chimed in. Damn, what kind of power comes with a cost like that? The murmurs spread like wildfire through the audience, a mix of awe and unease settling over the stadium as the realization sunk in. In Class 3A's viewing box, a collective wince rippled through the group as the camera zoomed in on Izuku's mangled finger. Najire let out an audible gasp, her wide eyes glued to the screen. Whoa, did you see that? That was amazing. But oh my gosh, his finger. That must hurt so much. Her tone was an odd mix of admiration and concern, her bubbly energy unable to mask the wince on her face. Mirio rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his expression serious. That's one heck of a drawback. No wonder he doesn't use 100% all the time. Amajiki, fidgeting with the hem of his uniform, added quietly, yeah, can you imagine what would happen if he used 100% throughout his whole body? It'd destroy him. His voice trailed off as the gruesome image lingered in his mind. Ochako's eyes were wide with concern as she gazed from afar at Izuku's broken finger, her heart sinking at the thought of him hurting himself so badly. Tsuyu, who had been caught in the hurricane attack alongside Hagakure and Yui, felt her heart break as she saw Izuku's injured finger. She looked like she had been punched in the gut, her face pale and her eyes wide with shock. Momo and Pony, who were still in the zone, had their eyes wide with surprise and concern. Momo clutched her chest, her face filled with worry. That's what happens when you use 100% of your quirk. She thought to herself. I knew you had your reasons for holding back, Izuku, but this could cause permanent damage to your body. Pony's eyes were shining with unshed tears as she looked at Izuku's broken finger. She felt a surge of protectiveness towards him. Bakugo's breath came in ragged, wheezing gasps, each one clawing at his lungs like a knife. His body was screaming at him, battered and bruised from the gauntlet he'd run so far. Broken ribs sent sharp, stabbing pain through his torso with every slight movement. His arms trembled from the strain of keeping up his relentless pace, and even the adrenaline coursing through him now was a flickering ember compared to the wildfire it had been earlier. He glared at Kamakiri, whose blades gleamed menacingly in the sunlight. Bakugo's lips curled into a feral grin, but the tremor in his legs betrayed just how close he was to collapsing. Small explosions crackled from his palms, weaker than usual, more flashes of light and heat than the concussive blasts he was known for. He ignored the warning signs his body was giving him. Kirishima, panting heavily beside him, leaned on his knees for support. His hardened skin was scraped and cracked from their earlier skirmishes. Bakugo, we gotta play it smart. Ashido and Shiro already got a few flags. He gestured weakly toward the battlefield, where Sato, under control of a purple-haired kid, was tearing through their defense lines. Play it smart. Bakugo growled through gritted teeth, forcing himself upright despite the agony ripping through his ribs. He looked at Izuku, his finger broken. He needed to get back the nerd and that orange-haired bitch for putting him in this position. Screw that. With a hoarse roar, Bakugo launched himself forward, palms flaring with light. The explosion propelled him into the air, but it was smaller than usual, the force barely enough to clear the distance. The rest of the students quickly regained their footing, rallying to continue the fight. Kendo rushed toward Izuku, her eyes filled with concern as she grabbed his injured hand. Midoriya, what the hell just happened? Your finger. I'm fine, Izuku said through gritted teeth, clenching his fist instinctively despite the sharp pain radiating from his broken finger. "Don't clench your fist, you idiot," Jiro snapped, grabbing his hand again to stop him. Her eyes flickered over his injury, her frown deepening as she exchanged a worried glance with Kendo. What alarmed them more than the injury itself was Izuku's demeanor. He wasn't screaming, flinching, or even wincing in pain. Izuku winced slightly as the stabbing pain of danger sense shot through his head. He pulled his hand away abruptly, shaking off their concern. "Get ready," he said firmly, his eyes locking onto the students who were already scrambling back to their feet. From the other side of the battlefield, Monoma and Billy struggled to steady themselves after being rocked by the massive shockwave. Monoma's sharp glare turned into a smug grin, his confidence rekindled as he watched the students regroup. "Why are you trying so hard, Midoriya?" Monoma called out, his voice dripping with mockery. "Why don't you admit defeat already? A good hero knows when they've been beaten." High above, Aizawa sighed and rolled his eyes. "All right, pop quiz," he said, his voice carrying through the arena. "What happens to the human body when it's severely injured?" Monoma's expression twisted in confusion. "What is he talking about?" he muttered to himself. Then, louder, he added, let's see." Before he could finish his thought, a soft beeping sound drew everyone's attention. Izuku glanced down at the Omnitrix, its faceplate glowing bright green. His lips curled into a faint smirk, though tension lingered in his eyes. The smirk was a nervous one, but there was a glimmer of something else: determination. Izuku pushed down the fear gnawing at him, the doubt whispering that he couldn't win. Instead, he clung to the feeling of confidence that surged through him every time he transformed. The power, the strength, the unshakable belief that, as an alien, he could do anything. With a resolute breath, he pressed the Omnitrix button. As the faceplate popped up and a holographic figure rotated into view, Shishida furrowed his brows, piecing together Aizawa's cryptic question. "Stiffness in joints, muscle spasms," Shishida began, his voice trailing off as a collective realization dawned across the group. "Adrenaline." The word echoed in their minds just as Todoroki stomped his foot into the ground. Thick, jagged ice shot forward, a glacier in motion, aiming to trap Izuku before he could act. Izuku didn't hesitate. His hand slammed down onto the Omnitrix, and a brilliant green flash erupted, blinding the battlefield for a moment. The light faded into a roaring inferno as flames erupted from within the icy structure. The intense heat melted Todoroki's ice instantly, sending thick clouds of steam and mist billowing into the air. The battlefield was obscured, shrouded in a ghostly haze. Then, a figure stepped forward through the fog. A low crackling sound echoed as flames flickered to life in his hands, illuminating his plant-like body. His voice was deep, rumbling with an unnatural resonance. "Swampfire." Green, glowing eyes bore into Todoroki, unwavering and intense. Jiro glanced at the timer, her voice breaking the tense silence. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. "Green, the 3-minute mark is 10 seconds away," she said, her voice steady despite the chaos. "We just have to keep everyone here until time runs out." Swampfire turned his gaze toward her, his flaming palms illuminating the battlefield. But shouldn't we try and get back to the zone? Our points won't count unless they're there," he said, confusion evident in his tone. "Forget that," Kendo said, her voice firm. "Hold them here no matter what." Swampfire raised an eyebrow. "All right, I have been wanting to try a new super move." Swampfire said, smirk. "Lacquered chain prison. Vine snare." Swampfire bellowed, slamming his fist into the ground with incredible force. The ground quaked violently under the blow. With a thunderous rumble, massive tree-like vines exploded skyward, their bark gnarled and imposing, their ghostly branches clawing at the sky. The charging students, fueled by their desire to capture the flag, charged ahead with reckless abandon. Billy, his metal gauntlets at the ready, led the charge, his eyes fixed intently on Swampfire. But Swampfire was unfazed, his grin growing wider as he unleashed the full fury of his lacquered chain prison. The massive vines surged to life, sending out smaller, whip-like tendrils that snaked through the air with blinding speed. All around, students from classes A and B were caught in the deadly grasp of the vines. Monoma struggled, his usual smug grin replaced by a look of sheer frustration as the tendrils hoisted him into the air. Shishida, even in his beast form, found himself bound tightly, his strength no match for the relentless vines. Hey, that's my super move. Kamui Woods shouted, his voice filled with both surprise and excitement. Yeah, but done better, Death Arms quipped with a smirk, earning a sharp glare from Kamui. Kamui, undeterred, grinned with enthusiasm. Double or nothing, this kid wins the whole thing. You in. Ha, more money for me, Mount, Lady exclaimed, her excitement practically radiating as she slapped the table. If you're so confident, how about triple or nothing? Bet. Kamui shot back without hesitation, extending a hand to seal the bet. Death Arms could only sigh and sweat drop at the spectacle. Look at that, Midoriya's using a move straight out of another pro's playbook. Is that even legal? Wait, seriously, we don't want to get sued here. Present Mike shouted, his voice echoing through the stadium. We're fine, Aizawa replied calmly. Todoroki's frost crept up his body, forming a shimmering coat of ice as he freed himself with a single sharp motion. The frozen tendrils shattered like fragile glass, fragments scattering across the ground. The air grew frigid, a biting chill radiating from Todoroki that made the temperature plummet. Swampfire felt the sharp stab of danger sense screaming at him. His glowing green eyes locked onto Todoroki, his voice calm yet urgent. Kendo, Jiro, get ready. Flames erupted from his palms, burning hotter and brighter than before as streaks of green electricity crackled across his body. 14%. Jiro swallowed hard as Todoroki's icy glare pierced through them like a knife. This guy's kinda terrifying. Kendo nodded, her fists clenching. Why yeah. Todoroki stomped his right foot into the ground with a thunderous crack, sending jagged shards of ice hurtling forward. A massive tidal wave of frozen spikes surged toward Swampfire, the icy assault freezing everything in its path, including the vines that had entangled his teammates. Swampfire clenched his fists, heat rippling off his flaming hands. 14% one for all. He roared, flames bursting forth in a torrent of molten orange and red. The heat radiated intensely as the flames coiled together, forming a spiraling inferno. The two elemental forces collided with devastating impact. The freezing wave and searing inferno smashed into each other, their raw power creating a blinding explosion of steam and light. The impact was deafening, a thunderous roar that echoed across the arena. The clash unleashed a violent shockwave. Superheated steam erupted into the air, obscuring the battlefield in a dense, scalding mist. The sheer force of the collision uprooted trees, shattered the frozen vines into a glittering storm of icy shards, and left deep scars gouged into the earth. Spectators gasped as the wind pressure from the explosion rippled through the stadium, rattling the stands. Students from both classes were hurled backward like ragdolls, crashing into trees or skidding across the ground. The air itself seemed torn apart by the collision, the temperature shifting wildly between sweltering heat and bone-chilling cold. Onlookers shielded their eyes from the swirling chaos as the arena was engulfed in steam and debris. The clash of heat and cold had left its mark, a battlefield transformed into a hellish mix of scorched earth and frozen remnants, a testament to the overwhelming power of the two fighters. Silence fell over the stadium as the audience took in the devastation on the battlefield. The air was thick with steam, rising from the massive crater left in the wake of Todoroki and Swampfire's clash. Holy crap, Death Arms muttered, breaking the silence. Just look at that crater, Kamui Woods said in awe. The sheer scale of that attack, and they're just kids. Yeah, Death Arms agreed, his voice still filled with disbelief. To think, that's the same kid from the sludge villain attack. Present Mike's voice boomed, trying to cut through the crowd's confusion. Eraserhead, what the hell was that? How did that even happen? Aizawa sighed, leaning forward with a calm but serious expression. When Todoroki's ice and Swampfire's flames clashed, the rapid shift between extreme cold and intense heat caused a massive expansion and contraction of the air. The ice instantly turned to steam, creating a violent pressure buildup. Add the kinetic force behind both attacks, and the result was an explosion. This is just a preview, Aizawa continued flatly, his tone unreadable. If they both make it to the finals, you'll see more of this. ... Explosions echoed across the stadium, drawing everyone's attention toward Monoma's zone. Bakugo, with a furious blast, sent Kamakiri and Shinso flying, his determination fueling every strike. Bakugo is rocketing his team to second place. Present Mike shouted, his voice electrifying the crowd as Bakugo's team surged up the leaderboard. Leaderboard update. 1. Team Todoroki. 2. Team Bakugo. 3. Team Monoma. 4. Team Tetsu. Huh, where's Team Midoriya? A spectator questioned, scanning the leaderboard in confusion. Yeah, doesn't Midoriya have the 10 million points? Shouldn't he be in first? Another pro asked, furrowing their brow. Midnight, ever the expert on the rules, cracked her whip for attention. Flags need to be in the designated zone to count, she explained, her authoritative voice echoing through the arena. Midoriya is still holding the 10 million points, but since they haven't been placed in his zone, they don't count yet. Meanwhile, back in Bakugo's zone, Mina sprinted toward their base, carrying 2 flags she had snatched from Monoma's zone during Bakugo's onslaught. Planting them firmly in their zone, she let out a triumphant breath. Got him, Mina exclaimed, grinning despite her exhaustion. Her eyes flicked to the leaderboard, and her grin widened. We're in second place now, and we're catching up. Time remaining. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Mina Ishido secures her spot for her team. Team Bakugo is back in the running. Present Mike said. ... Swampfire groaned as he lay sprawled in a smoking crater, the aftermath of his clash with Todoroki weighing heavily on his body. Every muscle ached as he blinked through the haze, his vision blurry but clearing. Oh, man, he muttered, rubbing the back of his head. He struggled to his feet, his body protesting with every movement. The sudden thought of the flag jolted him awake. He gasped and spun around, his hands frantically patting his back until he felt the coarse texture of Spider-Monkey's webbing. The flag of 10 million points was still there, slightly singed but intact. Swampfire exhaled a breath of relief, rolling his shoulders to ease the stiffness. His glowing green eyes scanned the clearing battlefield, the dense mist slowly dissipating to reveal the destruction left behind. Burnt ground, shattered ice, and uprooted trees painted a grim canvas of the battle's intensity. Kendo, Juro, Swampfire called out, his voice hoarse and raw. The only response was the eerie stillness of the battlefield. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out through the mist, serene yet commanding. Crucifixion. Swampfire's body tensed, his head snapping toward the source. Before he could react, thick, living vines surged from the ground, coiling around his limbs with precision and lifting him high into the air. He thrashed against the restraints, but the vines only tightened their grip. Emerging from the clearing mist was Abara Shiozaki, her posture calm and resolute, hands clasped in a prayer-like gesture. Please relent your points, Midoriya, she said, her tone composed yet unyielding. The vines constricted further, making Swampfire grimace. And thank you. Thank you. For what? Swampfire grunted, his struggles momentarily halting as confusion overtook him. Her serene expression softened slightly. Your clash with Todoroki freed me from the foul control of Monoma and his team. For that, I am grateful, she explained, her tone carrying genuine gratitude, though her vines did not relent. Oh, Swampfire replied flatly, the revelation catching him off guard. You're welcome, I guess. But I'd appreciate it if you let me go now. Abara's calm demeanor did not falter. I cannot. The flag must be secured for my team. Swampfire sighed, glancing at the vines holding him. I could break free, but I'd probably damage her hair. He furrowed his brow, an idea sparking in his mind. Closing his eyes, he focused on the vines, willing them to release him. To his surprise, the vines began to loosen their grip. Abara's serene mask slipped as her eyes widened in shock. She poured her will into the plants, commanding them to hold tight, but Swampfire didn't relent. A silent tug of war ensued, the vines trembling under the conflicting commands. Finally, they yielded to Swampfire, slackening completely and dropping him to the ground. What? Abara whispered, disbelief washing over her. The vines turned their attention back to her, coiling around her own body as if rebelling against her commands. She gasped, struggling in vain as they bound her arms and legs. He beat me with my own vines, she muttered in shock, staring at Swampfire with wide eyes. For years, she had mastered the control of her hair, but now it had betrayed her. Swampfire didn't linger, bolting toward the flag zone. He spared her one glance as the vines finally released her, dropping her to her knees. Abara sank to her knees, processing their events, clasping her hands together in silent prayer, her mind swirling with the name of her opponent. Izuku Midoriya, she thought, rising to her feet with renewed resolve. Without hesitation, she regrouped with her team. She wasn't sure what she was feeling, but her heart pounded just a little bit faster. Swampfire trudged through the war-torn battlefield, his footsteps crunching against the debris. Before he could go any further, a familiar voice called out, sharp and cutting. "Broccoli boy." Kyoka's voice rang out, laced with both irritation and exhaustion. Swampfire turned to see her approaching, slightly out of breath, her arms crossed. She had a few scrapes and bruises, dirt smudged on her cheek, but her glare was far more piercing. "Juro, are you okay?" Swampfire asked, concern etched across his face. Kyoka didn't answer immediately. Instead, she walked up to him, raised one of her earphone jacks, and smacked his arm with it. "Ow, what was that for?" Swampfire yelped, rubbing the spot. "You and Todoroki nearly vaporized everyone with that stupid move." Kyoka scolded, her tone sharp and dripping with exasperation. Swampfire scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, trying not to wilt under her glare. It worked though, didn't it?" Kyoka jabbed her earphone jack into his shoulder again, making him flinch. "Barely. Next time, maybe give the rest of us a heads up before you decide to reenact a disaster movie, genius." Swampfire chuckled nervously, noted, "No more spontaneous elemental explosions." "Got it." Kyoka sighed, shaking her head. "You're lucky the flag's still in one piece. Otherwise, I'd be wrapping you up in those vines myself." Despite her biting words, there was a faint hint of a smirk tugging at her lips. Swampfire noticed but wisely chose not to comment. Instead, he offered a small smile. "Thanks for looking out for me, Juro." She rolled her eyes but turned away with a flick of her elongated earlobe. "Just don't make me regret it, Broccoli boy." "Though, do you have to call me Broccoli boy?" Swampfire asked, his tone half exasperated, half hopeful. He much preferred the nicknames Green or Greenie. Still, for some reason, when she said it, his heart fluttered slightly, much to his own confusion. Kyoka raised an eyebrow, her gaze trailing up and down his current plant-like form. Yeah, you're literally a walking salad right now." Swampfire slumped. "Great." Kyoka tapped her chin, a sly smirk forming on her face. "Actually, you know what? Let's get creative. How about Fern Freak?" "No." "Okay. Sprout Boy. Wait. Sapling Superstar. Or maybe Cabbage Head." Swampfire groaned, covering his face with a vine-like hand. "Please stop." But Kyoka was on a roll now. "Ooh, how about Leaf Lame-O? Or Plant Punk? Oh." Tree Hugger hugged himself. Swampfire peeked through his fingers, half mortified, half amused despite himself. "You're enjoying this way too much." Kyoka shrugged, her smirk widening. "What can I say? You make it easy, Broccoli boy." Swampfire rolled his eyes. "We should focus on getting back to our zone. We need to put our flag in our zone or it won't count." Kyoka looked somewhat amused. "Oh yeah, you still have no clue, do you?" Kyoka said, smirking. She glanced at the timer. 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. "Well, time's almost up." "So," Kyoka began, but her words cut short as Swampfire's body jolted, his face twisting in pain. Danger sense flared like a knife stabbing through his skull. He spun around, scanning the battlefield with sharp, glowing eyes. His hands slammed into the ground with force, cracks spreading as thick roots erupted upward in an explosive motion. They snaked out with precision, ensnaring a blur of blue the unmistakable figure of Tenya Iida mid-dash. Kyoka stumbled back in shock, her wide eyes fixed on the roots that had trapped Iida mid-stride. "What the?" "Release!" A voice rang out from above. Swampfire barely had time to register the sound before Ochako Uraraka dropped down on him like a thunderbolt, her movements silent and precise. Danger sense didn't warn him it wasn't triggered. His glowing green eyes widened in shock as her hands latched onto the 10 million point flag strapped to his back. "I've got it, Todoroki, now," Ochako yelled, her triumphant shout echoing across the chaotic battlefield. Swampfire whipped around, but too late. A cold, biting wind swept over the area, frost spreading like wildfire. Todoroki's ice wave froze the writhing vines that had trapped Iida, encasing them in jagged, crystalline shards. With a mighty stomp, Iida shattered the icy prison, shards scattering like glass in the sunlight. His engines roared to life, the flames from his calves igniting in bursts of raw power. In a single motion, he lunged forward, his form a blur of blue and white as he snatched the flag from Ochako's hands. The two exchanged a brief nod before Iida rocketed away, the flag of 10 million points clutched tightly in his grasp. Swampfire's heart sank, his glowing green flames flaring brighter in frustration as Iida zoomed past him. The speed was breathtaking, nearly impossible to track. Beside him, Kyoka's jaw dropped, her sharp hearing picking up every pulse of Iida's roaring engines. Midoriya just lost the 10 million points. Present Mike's voice roared, electrifying the audience. Iida and Todoroki are making their move. Can anyone stop them now? Swampfire's face twisted into a fierce scowl, the green flames in his palms igniting with ferocious intensity. His body began to hover slightly, the sheer heat from his flames propelling him upward as if gravity had loosened its grip. "Midoriya, don't," Kyoka's voice rang out, a mix of warning and desperation. "The flag's already." But Swampfire didn't listen. The moment her words reached him, he shot off like a comet, his flames erupting behind him in a blinding burst. The ground beneath him cracked and charred as the force of his propulsion left a trail of scorched earth. A fiery streak tore through the battlefield, every ounce of his determination blazing in his glowing eyes. He wouldn't let them get away. Not without a fight. Iida sprinted forward at breakneck speed, his legs a blur as he devoured the distance between himself and the safety of his team's zone. Swampfire, meanwhile, flew through the air at high speed, his flames burning bright as he gave chase. But just as it seemed that Swampfire was about to overtake Iida, Todoroki struck from behind, unleashing a massive ice glacier that threatened to engulf everything in its path. Swampfire crashed violently through the glacier, his flames hissing and spitting as they struggled to penetrate the dense, icy barrier. Todoroki quickly encased the other side of the glacier, trapping Swampfire inside. Todoroki intercepts Midoriya. Present Mike's voice boomed through the stadium, his words echoing off the walls as the crowd held its collective breath. Despair washed over Swampfire as he struggled to break free from the icy prison, his flames burning weakly as the cold slowly began to extinguish them. But it was too late. Iida had already reached the safety of his team's zone. With a triumphant flourish, Iida twirled the pole in the air before planting it firmly in the frozen fortress that marked the boundary of his team's zone. The crowd erupted into cheers as Present Mike's voice rang out once more. Tenya has done it. He has taken the 10 million points from Team Midoriya. Team Todoroki is in first place. Present Mike's voice boomed, and the stadium erupted into thunderous applause. The crowd's cheers echoed through the arena, a deafening roar of triumph and excitement. Iida stood tall, the pole firmly planted in the ground, his chest heaving from exertion as the crowd showered him with praise. In the stands, Ishida leaned back with a smug grin. "Told you he wouldn't make it to the third round." Naomi's expression remained unreadable as she watched the battlefield, her eyes lingering on the shattered glacier. Yuba groaned in frustration. "Ugh, this is so annoying." Ishida chuckled, basking in satisfaction as he glanced at the scoreboard. Inside the icy prison, Swampfire struggled, his breaths labored as frost crept over his body. His flames flickered weakly, but his resolve was unshaken. "I still have a minute. I just need to." His thoughts were interrupted by a ripple of confused murmurs from the stadium. The crowd's cheers faltered, replaced by a wave of uncertain chatter. "Hold on a second." Present Mike's voice cut through the confusion. He stared at the leaderboard, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What the hell is this? Midoriya's team just shot back into first place." The crowd collectively gasped, their eyes darting to the scoreboard as Team Midoriya's name climbed to the top. "How is this possible?" Present Mike shouted, his voice filled with astonishment. "The leaderboard says Team Midoriya has 10 million points again. Aizawa's voice came through the speakers, calm but cutting. Momo Yaoyorozu can create any non-living object. Did none of you consider she might create a decoy? Gasps rippled through the audience as realization dawned. Down on the battlefield, Iida stared at the flag in his hand, his heart sinking as he noticed the material felt oddly smooth. He tore away the remnants of Spider-Monkey's webbing to reveal the truth. On the flag was a picture of Yaoyorozu sticking out her tongue with a cheeky thumbs up. Below the image were the words, "Nice try." The crowd erupted into a mix of cheers roaring in excitement. The timer on the scoreboard read 1:45 as the crowd turned their attention to Team Midoriya's zone. There stood Momo, her posture proud as she brandished the real 10 million point flag. Pony stood beside her, her horns hovering protectively in the air. Inside the glacier, Swampfire's eyes widened as the realization hit him. "Crap," he hissed. "Head back to Midoriya's base. We need to take the flag from Yaoyorozu and Pony." The other teams scrambled as they surged forward. "Midoriya's still trapped," one of the students shouted. "This is our chance." But before they could make a move, a sudden boom shook the battlefield. A surge of flames exploded outward as Swampfire erupted from the glacier, shards of ice scattering in all directions. His eyes burned with determination, his body crackling with heat as he hit the ground with a thunderous slam. Vines burst from the earth, snaking across the battlefield with ruthless precision. Swampfire's control was relentless, his roots stopping students in their tracks as they attempted to charge toward Midoriya's zone. Todoroki scowled, his expression hardening as he locked eyes with Swampfire. He moved swiftly, ice spreading underfoot as he dashed toward the flag. But Swampfire was faster. With a fiery blast, he launched himself into the air, landing in front of Todoroki with a thunderous crash. His feet cracked as he planted himself like tree as he straightened, flames roaring in his palms. "You're not getting through me," Swampfire growled, his voice low and filled with unyielding resolve. Todoroki narrowed his eyes, frost gathering in his hands as the two stared each other down. Shishida charged before he was suddenly stopped by a giant fist stopping him in his tracks. He looked and saw Kendo, her fist clenched. "Oh no you don't." Momo's eyes darted toward the zone as several teams began charging toward it, their desperation and determination palpable. She knew the Crystal Fortress's only entry point was the one Juzo had created earlier. Her grip tightened on the tungsten shield she'd crafted, steeling herself for the onslaught. "Pony, get ready," Momo instructed, her voice steady despite the storm brewing inside her. "We have 1 minute left. All we have to do is hold them off." Pony nodded, a confident smile on her face. "We can do it, Momo. No one's getting through us." The first opponents to breach their defenses were Kosei Saburaba and Kojiro Bondo. "There it is," Saburaba exclaimed, his eyes locking onto the flag. But the moment his foot hit the ground, he froze. Click. A powerful explosion erupted beneath them, blasting both Saburaba and Bondo out of the Diamond Head Crystal Fortress. The shockwave rumbled through the structure as Momo and Pony ducked behind the shield, protecting themselves from the debris. As the dust cleared, another figure emerged, Setsuna Tokage. Her body split into dozens of fragments, the disjointed parts flying through the openings in the crystal walls. Her hands reached for the flag with surgical precision. "Sorry, Kendo, but no way am I letting you win this," Setsuna declared, her voice brimming with determination. For a moment, it looked like she would succeed. But the instant her fingers grazed the pole, an electric jolt surged through her body. Setsuna let out a cry of surprise as her pieces reassembled and collapsed to the ground, twitching. Momo let out a shaky breath, her smile tinged with relief. She glanced at the timer. "Okay. Just a little longer," she murmured, pride swelling in her chest. "My plan is working." And then, boom, the ground quaked as a deafening explosion tore through the fortress. Momo's heart sank as dread spread across her pale face. Bakugo Katsuki barreled into the zone, smoke trailing behind him. His expression was a mask of fury, his voice like thunder as he bellowed, "Ponytail bitch, hand over those damn points." Momo instinctively moved in front of the flag, raising her shield just as Bakugo hurled a barrage of explosions toward her. She tried to track his movements, but he was too fast, weaving to the right in a blur of light and smoke. "No," Momo gasped as Bakugo's hand shot toward Pony, who widened her eyes in alarm. But Pony reacted with a speed that caught even Bakugo off guard. Her horns rocketed forward, slamming into his side and throwing him off balance. "Momo, focus," Pony shouted, her voice sharp and commanding despite the chaos. "We can't let him win." Momo nodded, her mind racing. She analyzed the situation with rapid precision. Bakugo is far stronger and faster. Midoriya's the only one who can stop him, but he's still fighting Todoroki. This wasn't part of the plan. Another blast erupted, shaking the fortress. Momo braced behind the tungsten shield as Bakugo unleashed an even stronger explosion. The force of it sent her and Pony hurtling backward, slamming violently into the crystal walls. Pain jolted through her body as her world spun. She watched in slow motion as Bakugo closed in on the flag, his hand outstretched. Self-doubt crept into her mind, wrapping around her like a vice. "This is my fault. Again. I've failed him," she thought bitterly. Her vision blurred as regret threatened to swallow her whole. And then, like a beacon cutting through the darkness, she remembered Midoriya's face, his unyielding determination, his ability to rise even when the odds were insurmountable. His voice echoed in her mind. "Then let's get stronger together." Her heart began to pound. "So we can make sure we win as a team next time, no matter what happens." Momo's chest tightened, and an ember of defiance sparked to life within her. She clenched her fists, her anger and frustration igniting into a roaring inferno. "No," she whispered, her voice trembling at first but growing stronger. Her body steadied as she forced herself back to her feet, ignoring the pain radiating through her limbs. Her eyes blazed with a renewed determination, a fire Midoriya himself would have been proud of. Bakugo snarled, his hand inches from the flag. Bakugo lunged toward the flag with a ferocious roar, but as his fingers brushed the metal pole, a sudden electric shock coursed through his body, forcing him to stagger back in pain. His body trembled, the shock momentarily paralyzing him. "Tch," he growled, frustration boiling over as he unleashed a violent explosion against the pole. "Die." Momo, still reeling from the blast that had sent her hurtling into the crystal walls, pushed herself up despite the sharp pain coursing through her body. She could feel her limbs aching, but she refused to give in. "I can't give up. Not now. Not yet." Her thoughts flickered to Midoriya, his battered form after the USJ incident, the unrelenting drive that had kept him going even when everything seemed impossible. Her heart fluttered, but she quickly shook the thought away. Focus, Momo. Focus on winning. But her mind couldn't help but wander to the quieter moments, the moments when Izuku would be lost in thought in the dorms, his focus unwavering. "Why am I thinking about him now?" A warmth spread in her chest, but she couldn't afford to dwell on it. "No, I can't give up. I have to keep going. For everyone." With renewed determination, she steeled herself, her eyes locking onto Bakugo's, still seething with rage. "I have to keep pushing, just like he does," she thought, remembering Midoriya's words. "We'll get stronger together, no matter what happens." That unyielding determination was enough to fuel her own resolve. "I won't fail again," she thought firmly. "Not today." "Wraths," words rang in her ears. "You're all standing here at UA, aren't you? That means you've already refused to give up. That means you've got what it takes to keep going." "Oh." Yaoyorozu seems to be taking on Bakugo as she stands as the last woman against the flag. Present Mike's voice blasted across the stadium, amplifying the tension in the air. Bakugo snarled, his palms crackling with the unmistakable heat of an explosion. "Listen, ponytail bitch, you're just an obstacle. Get the hell out of my way." He sneered, his injuries starting to show. His energy was clearly waning, but his pride wouldn't let him back down. Meanwhile, Swampfire's heart raced as he observed the scene from his ongoing battle with Todoroki. His mind spun with possibilities. Momo, she's the key. His eyes suddenly widened in realization. "I've done something like this before as Heat Blast, but maybe I can adapt it to work here." Swampfire thrust his hands into the air, flames and green electricity dancing around his palms. He grinned, a spark of inspiration lighting up his thoughts. This should work. Boom boom boom. With a mighty burst, he released a massive volley of furballs into the sky. Each explosion painted the sky with bursts of color, the bright lights reflecting off the arena below. As the final set of sparks fell, a bold message appeared in the air: Kacchan's quirk relies on sweat. The crowd gasped in collective awe, the spectacle momentarily stunning everyone. The crowd gasped in collective awe, the spectacle momentarily stunning everyone. ... Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise as he turned toward Yaoyorozu, who was hidden behind the tungsten shield. With quick, efficient movements, she created a high-pressure water cannon, and before Bakugo could react, a powerful blast of water erupted from it, completely drenching him. What the? Bakugo stumbled back, his palms sparking uselessly as the cold water doused him, his quirk refusing to ignite. Yaoyorozu discarded the shield, her face set with determination as she charged forward. In her hand, she now held a canister. Bakugo's eyes widened in realization, but it was too late. Momo threw the canister at him, and it exploded on impact, releasing a cloud of nitrogen into the air. The temperature dropped dramatically, freezing the moisture on Bakugo's skin, rendering his sweat, and by extension, his explosive quirk, useless. With her opponent incapacitated, Momo wasted no time. She swiftly created a steel bow staff and swung it with expert precision. Crack! The staff collided with Bakugo's face, his head jerking violently to the side. Blood spattered from his mouth as the accumulated injuries from the battle took their toll. He collapsed to the ground, his body too battered and drained to continue. Momo stood over him, chest heaving with exhaustion, but her eyes never wavered from the fallen warrior. Her voice, though firm, carried a quiet sense of resolve. You underestimated me. Momo Yaoyorozu takes down Katsuki Bakugo. The announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, sending the crowd into a thunderous cheer. Bakugo glared up at her, barely able to move. You bitch, he snarled, though his words lacked the usual fire. As the timer ticked down, Momo's victorious smirk remained steady, her composure unshaken. Time's up. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, spectators standing and clapping wildly in admiration. The energy was electric, echoing through the stadium. Holy crap, these first years are insane. One onlooker exclaimed, their voice brimming with awe. I heard they get stronger every generation, but these kids are freaking monsters. Another added, their gaze sweeping over the battlefield. Midoriya and Todoroki practically tore the arena apart. The students on the battlefield finally came to a stop, their energy spent. Many collapsed to the ground, their battered and bruised bodies evidence of the grueling match. Swampfire stumbled, falling to one knee. The Omnitrix began to beep loudly on his chest before engulfing him in a red flash. When the light faded, Izuku had returned, his body trembling with exhaustion. Nearby, Jiro and Kendo sank to the ground, equally drained. Todoroki stood still, his hands clenched into fists as he replayed the match in his mind. Twice. He had used his flames twice. The realization twisted in his chest, filling him with quiet anger. Honestly, this year's group is the most reckless I've ever seen. Recovery Girl's voice rang out, her tone a mixture of exasperation and concern as she moved through the field. She planted kisses on each student, her green energy healing their injuries with precision. As she approached Izuku, her presence suddenly shifted, radiating a murderous, almost predatory aura. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine, sweat forming on his brow. Oh, Midoriya, dearie. Recovery Girl began sweetly, tilting her head. You broke your bones again, didn't you? Izuku gulped, his finger hovering nervously over the Omnitrix. He frantically pressed the button, hoping for an escape. Why yeah, I did. He stammered, his voice trembling. The Omnitrix refused to activate, leaving him helpless. Despite her outwardly kind tone, her eyes were sharp. Even though you know how to use your quirk without breaking your bones, you still chose to injure yourself. I was surrounded. Izuku blurted out, his thumb mashing the Omnitrix button in desperation. I didn't want to lose the flag. You mean the decoy flag? Recovery Girl's sweet voice carried a razor-sharp edge. Izuku froze, the weight of her words sinking in. Why yes, he admitted weakly. A twitch formed on her forehead, and a moment later, loud thwacks echoed across the battlefield. Izuku lay sprawled on the ground, fresh bumps forming on his head as he groaned in pain. Nurse White approached with a sympathetic smile, placing a glowing hand on Izuku to restore his energy. Was that really necessary? Nurse White asked, raising an eyebrow at Recovery Girl. He broke his bones for a game, she retorted, crossing her arms. Quote. Fair enough, Nurse White conceded as Izuku's energy returned, the Omnitrix glowing green. With a kiss from Recovery Girl, a healing light enveloped Izuku, mending his bruises and fractured finger. As his injuries faded, Izuku sat up, rubbing his head gingerly. Recovery Girl's scary, he muttered. Kendo and Jiro, now fully healed, sat nearby, their eyes locked on Izuku with a mix of concern and disbelief. What? Izuku asked, blinking at their intense stares. You break your bones when you use your quirk. Both girls shouted in unison. Izuku flinched, raising his hands defensively. Why yeah, but it's not as bad as it sounds. How could you not tell us? Kendo demanded, her tone laced with hurt. Izuku winced, scratching the back of his head nervously. See, can we talk about this later? He pleaded. Before they could press further, Momo and Pony approached. Izuku's eyes lit up when he saw Momo, and she couldn't help but beam back at him. How did you? When did you? Izuku stammered, still in awe of her victory over Bakugo. Jiro slung an arm around Momo, who blushed at the sudden contact. We needed you to believe you were protecting the real flag, Jiro explained. If you believed it, then everyone else would believe it too, especially with how hard you fought. Kendo smirked. Nobody questioned you had the flag because of how reckless you are. It was the perfect distraction. Momo, however, lowered her head, her expression serious. I'm sorry, Midoriya, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. For what? If I'd told you my plan from the start, you wouldn't have broken your finger as a last resort. I'm sorry, Momo said, bowing deeply. Izuku's eyes widened. And no, don't worry about it, he exclaimed, waving his hands. Please, raise your head. It's fine, really. Momo straightened, still looking uncertain. But when Izuku smiled at her, his genuine warmth made her chest tighten. You don't need to apologize. Your plan was incredible, I should be thanking you, he said earnestly. Momo's cheeks flushed a deep red. Thank you, she murmured shyly. Plus, Jiro added with a sly grin, watching you totally beat Bakugo's ass was hot. Momo's face turned an even brighter shade of red as she sputtered in embarrassment. Now that everyone is healed, give it up for Recovery Girl. Present Mike's voice boomed through the arena, reigniting the crowd's excitement. And now, let's check the final scores. We'll go from bottom to top. We have a tie for 4th place, Team Shinso and Team Shiozaki. The announcement was met with a mix of cheers and murmurs from the crowd. On the field, Monoma's jaw dropped in disbelief before he turned to glance at Tetsu. You might have forced us into a team, Ojiro said, his voice steady with pride, but we gave it everything we had. Tetsu grinned fiercely, clenching his fist. And we're coming back stronger in the 3rd event. Monoma scoffed but extended his fist toward Tetsu. See you in the finals. Tetsu smirked and bumped fists with him. Yeah. In 3rd place, the explosive Team Bakugo. The crowd erupted into applause. Well, of course Bakugo was getting in, an Aldria student commented dryly. No question about it, another agreed with a nod. Even Yuba, observing from the stands, rolled his eyes but couldn't deny Bakugo's undeniable strength. Bakugo's frustration was evident as he detonated a massive explosion, the air crackling with his anger. 3rd place, he yelled, his fists clenched tightly. Despite being fully healed by Recovery Girl, the sting of the results still gnawed at him. Mina let out a sigh, looking at the scoreboards with a frown. Man, we didn't even get 2nd place, she said, rubbing the back of her neck. Maybe I should have taken Midoriya up on his offer. She groaned, gesturing toward Bakugo as she spoke. Oh man, to think that Bakugo would zero in on one team. And just because they took our points first, she added, hands waving in frustration, trying to cool herself down. Zero shrugged, trying to lighten the mood. Yeah, but what matters is that we're still moving on. Hiroshima nodded in agreement but added, yeah, but I don't think our leader would agree with you. Damn it, Bakugo's explosive outburst cut Kirishima off as he slammed his fist into the ground, his frustration evident in every word. In second place we have Team Todoroki. Tokiyami Fumikage defended the flags while the rest of his team were on the offensive. The stadium erupted in cheers. And in first place, taking the top spot in 2 events in a row, Team Midoriya. The stadium erupted into thunderous cheers as the announcement rang through the air. Izuku stood still for a moment, his expression frozen as tears began to pool in his eyes. "Oh no," Kendo groaned, a look of dread crossing her face. "Midoriya, please don't. Please hold it in," Pony pleaded, inching back. Kyoka sighed, already bracing herself. "He's gonna blow." Sure enough, like a geyser, tears burst forth from Izuku's eyes with comical force, showering the group in an unexpected downpour. Momo, quick to act, created an umbrella to shield herself and the others. Despite the scene, the girls couldn't help but smile fondly at him. Izuku's tears were filled with pure, unfiltered joy, and his happiness was contagious. From the stands, Ochako watched the scene with a soft smile, her heart warm at the sight of Izuku's unrelenting passion. Meanwhile, Todoroki stared down at his hand, lost in thought, his expression shadowed by silent introspection. As the sports festival broadcast played live on the TV, pro heroes gathered in the lounge, captivated by the raw talent on display. Izuku Midoriya's performance had left most of them in awe, but none more satisfied than Kamui Woods, who leaned back with a wide grin plastered across his face. Sliding his wallet back into his pocket, Kamui smirked. "Told you all he'd make it to the final round. Now, I'm just one step closer to fattening my wallet." "Big deal," Mount Lady retorted with a sharp edge to her voice, arms crossed. "Just because he made it to the finals doesn't mean he'll win the whole thing." Her tone was laced with irritation, though her nervous fidgeting betrayed her. She'd underestimated the green-haired boy and was beginning to regret the wager. Losing fame was one thing, but money, that stung even more. Death Arms leaned against the wall, his brows furrowed thoughtfully. "I have to admit, that kid's already fighting on par with an average pro, maybe even stronger." Kamui Woods shot him a knowing look. "So, you're finally coming around. Think he can win the whole thing now?" Death Arms shrugged. "We'll see after the next match." Mount Lady frowned, tilting her head toward him. "What's that supposed to mean? You notice something the rest of us haven't." Her voice carried a note of curiosity, though internally, she was beginning to suspect what Kamui had known all along, that Izuku Midoriya might just be unstoppable. Not that she'd admit it. "You'll see," Death Arms replied. With the game over, Maruko stood with her arms folded, her sharp eyes fixed on Midoriya. A faint smirk tugged at her lips, a mix of admiration and intrigue crossing her face. "Kid's got one hell of a quirk, that's for sure," she thought, her gaze unwavering. But what really caught her attention wasn't just his power, it was the way he used it. Most people rely on their team to carry them, but this kid, he was practically doing it all himself. And fighting with a broken finger. Her smirk deepened. "That's pretty ballsy." Despite her disdain for teamwork, Maruko couldn't deny that Midoriya's strategy and determination were something special. "He's doesn't look like it, but kid is one hell of fighter, dangerous too." With that she left for the cafeteria with Yukio. Midoriya looked at the crowd, his eyes scanning the sea of cheering faces, a mix of awe and gratitude filling him. The applause was overwhelming, but it only fueled his determination for the next event. Kendo stretched her arms above her head and sighed. "Man, let's head to lunch. I'm starving." Momo nodded, her posture elegant yet tired. "Yes, I used a considerable amount of my lipids. I'd like to reach the food court as quickly as possible." Jiro adjusted her earphone jacks and yawned. "Same here. We've got 2 hours before the next event, so let's make the most of it." As the group began to move, Izuku felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Turning, he found himself face to face with Yui Kodai, her expression as neutral as always. "Oh, Yui, what's up?" Izuku stammered, caught off guard by her sudden approach. "Sorry," Yui said in her usual calm tone. Izuku blinked, confused. For what?" "I wanted to be on your team, she replied, her voice steady but with a hint of regret that only Izuku seemed to catch. Her words left him speechless for a moment, his eyes widening in surprise. But, flashback. Alright, Izuku needs a team. At least one person, Yui thought as her strides quickened toward her target. Before she could reach him, however, Saburaba stepped into her path, a confident grin on his face. Hey, Kodai, if you don't have a team yet, Monomas. Yui didn't even let him finish. With a firm yet gentle grip on his arm, she moved him aside without breaking her stride, her focus sharp. Hey, Kodai, another voice interrupted, this time Senkaibara. His nervous demeanor and the faint pink on his cheeks made it clear what he was about to say. If you're looking for a team, I was hoping we could. Sorry, no thank you, Yui replied bluntly, giving him a polite bow before resuming her march. She didn't spare a glance at Sen, who stood there, deflated but understanding. Just as she was about to call out to Izuku, a group of general studies students swarmed her, their voices filled with excitement. Kodai, that was incredible. Yeah, the way you handled the race, amazing. Yui struggled to break through the crowd, her neutral mask almost cracking with frustration. By the time she managed to push past them, she saw Mina and Ochako stepping away from Izuku. Relief flickered across her face, until she saw Izuku glancing at others for potential teammates. He's asking people, she thought, her calm exterior hiding the growing panic inside. I need to hurry. She surged forward, only to be stopped once more, this time by Setsuna Tokage, her playful grin as sharp as ever. Hey, girl, wanna team up? Before Yui could answer, her attention snapped back to Izuku. To her dismay, Kendo, Pony, and Momo had already gathered around him, forming his team. Her heart sank as she watched them solidify their group. Though her expression remained stoic, her mind screamed in frustration. No. Flashback over. Yui looked down, a hint of sadness crossing her features. I'm sorry, she said quietly. If I had yelled, maybe you would have asked me to join your team. Izuku felt a stab of guilt pierce his chest. He hadn't thought Yui would want to be on his team. She often wore a neutral expression, and her cool demeanor reminded him of the mean girls back in Aldria, at least, that's how he'd initially seen her. But the more he got to know Yui, the more he realized she was actually shy in her own way. She wasn't the best at expressing herself or showing emotions, but Izuku knew she was kind and caring. He couldn't help but feel guilty for not even considering her. But since you didn't ask me, she added, her voice calm but tinged with disappointment, I guess you probably didn't want me on your team. Izuku's guilt deepened, and he spoke quickly, trying to make things right. I'm sorry, I honestly wish I had asked. You too. Yui's face flushed a faint pink, her usual stoic expression softening just a bit. Really? Izuku nodded, his response simple yet genuine. Her eyes softened as she processed his words, and a slight shift occurred in her demeanor. Next time, I promise you'll be the first person I asked, Izuku added, eager to reassure her. Yui blinked at him, her neutral expression almost imperceptibly easing. I'll hold you to that, she replied, her voice steady, though there was a subtle warmth in her gaze. Izuku was about to say something else, but Yui suddenly spoke again, her tone flat but serious. I'm going to hug you now. Izuku froze. What? Before he could react, Yui closed the gap between them and wrapped her arms around him in an unexpected, firm hug. Izuku's face exploded into a deep blush, his body stiffening in shock. His heart pounded as he tried to process what was happening, caught off guard by her sudden embrace. Jiro and the other girls blushed at the sudden display of affection from Yui. Midoriya, a voice cut through the moment, and Izuku turned to see Todoroki standing there, his expression serious. We need to talk. Privately, Todoroki said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Izuku glanced around, taking in the scowling cemento and the enormous crystals scattered across the area. Oh, sure, but, he hesitated, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Todoroki nodded curtly before turning around and walking away without waiting for further explanation. Kyoka raised an eyebrow, watching Todoroki walk off. What do you think he wants? She asked. Izuku shrugged, his curiosity piqued but not enough to let it distract him. Without missing a beat, he dialed the Omnitrix and slammed it down in a flash of green light. "I've got work to do," Diamond Head said, his voice now gravelly, his sharp edges gleaming in the light. Kyoka, however, looked a little uneasy. "Green's probably going to be mad if he catches me," she muttered. Ishida seethed, frustration twisting his face as he stumbled toward a secluded corner of the arena, a bottle of alcohol dangling loosely from his hand. The cheers from the crowd were like nails on a chalkboard, but he couldn't escape the sound, muttering curses under his breath as he fumed. "Damn it, what the hell is up with Bakugo?" Ishida grumbled, his words slurred. The alcohol wasn't enough to dull the sting of his own failure. "I know, right," a girl's voice replied, her tone dripping with bitterness. "Must have been some kind of stunt to give Deku hope, just so he can crush him in the finals." Typical. Yuba's eyes narrowed, and he snatched the cigarette offered to him, but shook his head, rejecting it. "If you all are blind, then you missed it. Midoriya actually pulled it off. Even the pro heroes saw that." "Yeah, right," Ishida sneered, dismissive. "The pro heroes don't know shit. They're as useless as everyone else. This world only respects the strong, and Deku was born weak. That's how he'll stay." Yuba's anger flared, his jaw tightening. "Jesus, you're either delusional or just plain stupid," he snapped, voice harsh. Yuba took a step forward, his frustration boiling over. The guy made it to the third event. And he got first place in both. He's proven himself more than any of us ever did. And let's not forget that he stood up when no one else would, even when he was quirkless. That takes more guts than any of you could ever hope for. Look, Yuba," Nide interjected, a hand outstretched in an attempt to calm him down. "You're overreacting about Deku." Yuba slapped Nide's hand away, his fury exploding. "Don't touch me," he snarled. "He's Izuku Midoriya, and you know what? He was the nicest guy in class, in this whole damn school. Now he's got people who actually care about him. People who see something we missed. We're lucky he didn't turn into a villain after all the shit we put him through. Instead, he saved us, protected us. If anyone had the right to put us on a kill list, it was him. And it would have been justified." Ishida scoffed, rolling his eyes. "What's your deal, huh? Acting like we did something wrong." Yuba's voice dropped, now colder, more deliberate. "You really don't get it, do you?" His tone was ice cold as he continued. "He deserves so much more than you ever gave him. You think you can just dismiss everything he's been through? You think we can just pretend we didn't bully a guy who couldn't even defend himself? We treated him like dirt, and you know what? I'm done pretending it was okay." The group shifted uncomfortably, but no one spoke up. The weight of Yuba's words hung heavily in the air. "I can't stand being around you people anymore," Yuba muttered, his anger still simmering. "I'm leaving." "Where are you going?" Naomi called out, confusion in her voice. "Anywhere but here," Yuba shot back, voice harsh. "I can't stand being around you monsters anymore." Naomi blinked in disbelief. "You actually like Deku or something? What's wrong with you?" Yuba spun around, his eyes blazing. "You want to know what's wrong with me?" he demanded, voice rising, raw with emotion. "I'm disgusted with myself. And I'm disgusted with all of you." His fists clenched at his sides. "We all said we wanted to be heroes, but we're the furthest thing from it. We're the exact opposite. We're not heroes, we're monsters." He paused, his breath heavy with the weight of his words. "We bullied the hell out of a guy who couldn't even fight back. Hell, we told him to kill himself." His voice cracked with the sharp sting of regret. "Now we're sitting here pretending to be heroes, when we're really just assholes who didn't care." Someone in the group tried to protest, but Yuba was beyond listening. "Well, it might as well have been us," he snapped, cutting them off. "We all stood by, letting Bakugo get away with it, only for the same guy we bullied to be the one to save our asses. You know what that makes us? Villains. We're the monsters in this story, and he's the hero." Yuba's voice trembled with a mix of guilt and frustration. He didn't deserve any of that. And now, he's the one proving us all wrong. And we're just sitting here, pretending like it's fine. The group fell into a heavy, uncomfortable silence. They couldn't escape the truth that lingered in the air. Ishida shrugged nonchalantly, but his words lacked any real conviction. Whatever, he's still weak, he muttered, clearly trying to dismiss it, but the emptiness in his voice betrayed him. Yuba's eyes narrowed, his anger still simmering beneath the surface. You still don't get it, he said quietly, his tone cold. He proved us all wrong. If you're too blind to see that, then you're pathetic. All of you. With that, Yuba turned away from them, his steps purposeful and resolute as he walked off. Yuba's anger was palpable, the frustration seething from him like smoke. He turned to leave, but then he heard Ishida scoff. A jolt of electricity crackled through the air as Ishida fired a bolt, hitting the ground just in front of Yuba, stopping him in his tracks. Listen, Yuba, Ishida said, his voice dripping with disdain. I hate to break it to you, but crying over what we did to Deku isn't going to change a damn thing. Yuba clenched his fists, the weight of his regret making it hard to breathe. Ishida stepped forward, crossing his arms. Let me break down how the world works for you, he said, his tone smug, confident. The world wants power. It respects strength. Everything else doesn't matter. Take Bakugo, for example, Ishida continued, his voice growing more pointed. You think he's changed a single bit since middle school? Ishida's eyes narrowed, but his smirk remained. You saw it, didn't you? How he attacked Deku. Hell, I don't have super hearing, but judging by how pissed that Pink Girl was, he's still calling people those shitty nicknames. You know what that is. Mutant slurs, man. Yuba's blood boiled, frustration bubbling to the surface. His knuckles were turning white as he clenched his fists tighter. You know why Bakugo gets away with it. You know why people tolerate his behavior. Ishida went on, his voice sharp, as though he was reveling in Yuba's pain. Why someone like him has so many people ready to follow him. He gestured to the arena where Bakugo had been walking with Kirishima, Kaminari and Zero. It was clear he told them to fuck off and leave him alone as he went into a tunnel. Because he's got power. A quirk so damn strong that no one cares how much of a jerk he is. How he attacks or insults people without batting an eye. How he completely ignores his teammates. Take that octopus guy from Class 1A, what's his name? The octopus freak, yeah. Bakugo calls him that, and everyone lets him get away with it. Why? Yuba's fists trembled with anger. Because Bakugo has power, Yuba, Ishida spat. He's got a great quirk, combat sense like nobody else, and he's got the brains to back it up. No one cares that he's a bastard to people. No one cares that he bullies Deku, that he's been doing it for years. Hell, no one even cares that he used his quirk to hurt someone, even though that's illegal. You know what would happen if Deku spoke up about it. Yuba turned, refusing to look Ishida in the eye, but Ishida pressed on. All they'd say is, oh, he's changed. He's working to be a better hero now. They'd go on about how he's done this and that to prove himself. But in reality, what they are saying is, who cares? It doesn't matter how much he used his quirk to hurt someone. Doesn't matter that it was illegal. Doesn't matter that he treated someone like crap for years. Ishida leaned closer, sneering. All that matters is that he's got power. That's it. Our society doesn't care about what you did in the past, not as long as you're strong enough to pull off some heroic stunt and get the spotlight. All a hero has to do is something heroic in front of the public, and everything they've done, all their dirty laundry, gets washed away like it never happened. Yuba's breath hitched in his chest, his frustration reaching its breaking point. His fists trembled harder, the blood dripping from his knuckles. Ishida's smirk grew wider, almost mocking. So go ahead, feel bad for Deku. But I'm telling you right now, no one's going to share your sympathy. That's just how it works. Yuba couldn't stand it anymore. He turned sharply, refusing to face the group. His blood dripped onto the ground, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He walked away. Izuku stood face to face with Todoroki, the latter's stoic expression colder than any ice he could conjure. The hallway felt unnaturally still, as if the air itself had frozen under the weight of their confrontation. A nervous shiver ran down Izuku's spine. Unbeknownst to them, two pairs of eyes watched from the shadows. Jiro and Bakugo. Kyoka had made sure to follow the two when Izuku had completed their task. Trailing them through the crowded hallways, Kyoka managed to catch up just as they reached a secluded corner. As she leaned against the archway, her earphone jacks extended discreetly, picking up fragments of their conversation. However, her concentration faltered when she noticed Katsuki Bakugo standing a short distance away. His crimson eyes flicked toward her, sharp and unreadable. "What the hell are you doing, ears?" Bakugo muttered, his voice low but unmistakably irritated. "Keeping tabs. What about you, boom boy?" Kyoka shot back, keeping her tone equally quiet. "TCH." Bakugo grunted, crossing his arms but making no move to leave. His glare lingered on the two boys ahead. Kyoka huffed silently and leaned against the archway. Her focus shifted back to the conversation. "As much as I'd love to tell this jackass to piss off, I'm not blowing my cover. Midoriya probably doesn't need help, but Todoroki's been all over him today. What's his deal?" Back in the hallway, Izuku shifted uncomfortably under Todoroki's piercing gaze. He forced a nervous smile. We should get some food, don't you think? Before the line gets too long." His voice betrayed his unease, an almost desperate attempt to escape the weight of the moment. Todoroki didn't budge. His voice was low, measured, and carried a weight that made Izuku's stomach churn. "I was overwhelmed today," Todoroki said, his eyes fixed on the ground. "So much so, that I broke my own pledge." Izuku's gaze flicked to Todoroki's left hand, and as if sensing it, Todoroki slowly pulled it from his pocket. His fingers twitched, his scarred palm facing upward as if to present evidence of his own failure. He didn't use it, Izuku thought, his stomach tightening. Even though it would have given him a massive advantage. Todoroki continued, his tone taking on an introspective edge. "None of them felt it. Or maybe they did, but they didn't understand. But I did." His heterochromatic eyes lifted to meet Izuku's, and the intensity in his gaze made Izuku feel naked. "When you sent that flick," Todoroki began, his voice tightening. "I recognized it. I knew that power wasn't ordinary. Only someone who's spent their life under the shadow of an obsessed man like my father would know. A man who's spent years fixated on All Might. I've heard him describe that power. I've imagined it, and today, I felt it." Izuku's throat tightened, his breaths coming in shallow gasps as sweat began to bead on his face. "The villains who attacked us. One of them said something strange," Todoroki continued, his voice like ice spreading across a surface. "You're his successor. That's what he said, wasn't it?" Izuku froze. His heart felt like it was going to leap out of his chest. Todoroki's voice grew sharper, his words striking with precision. "They came to kill All Might. And yet, there's you. A boy with a connection to him that runs far deeper than teacher and student. Today, you used a power that matches my father's descriptions of All Might's strength. And there's more your speech about becoming the symbol of peace." Todoroki's gaze bore into him, unwavering. "You didn't sound like someone chasing a dream. You sounded obligated, as if someone entrusted you. Even with the yelling." Izuku opened his mouth, fumbling for words. That was wrath, he stammered, grasping at straws. "He gets like that sometimes." Todoroki tilted his head slightly, unamused by the deflection. His expression didn't waver. Instead, his voice dropped lower, each word cutting deeper. "Are you All Might's chosen successor?" The hallway fell into an oppressive silence. Izuku's mind screamed at him to deny it, to say anything, but his voice failed him. His wide, panic-stricken eyes betrayed him, and Todoroki's gaze narrowed, his lips tightening ever so slightly. The unspoken truth hung heavily between them, louder than any words. Todoroki had his answer. From the shadows, Jiru's eyes widened, her heart racing at the realization. Bakugo's scowl deepened, his arms tensing against his chest as if preparing for a storm. "So, he chose you, huh?" Todoroki's voice was cold, and the words dripped with a kind of certainty. "To be the next symbol of peace. The person to surpass him." The last part was not a question, it was a statement, said with the finality of someone who had already decided the truth. Midoriya's silence stretched out, speaking volumes to Todoroki and everyone else who was listening. Bakugo's eyes widened for a brief moment, his usual scowl flickering with a hint of surprise. Kyoka, too, couldn't hide her shock as her earphone jacks twitched involuntarily at the weight of the revelation. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, but his throat felt like it was closing up. Todoroki didn't know about One for All, but he had gotten it right. Izuku was the one All Might had chosen, the one to follow in his footsteps. to take his place when he was gone. The lump in his throat was suffocating, and for a moment, no words came out. He wasn't good at lying, he couldn't lie his way out of this. If he won here, All Might would eventually reveal the truth to everyone regardless. Todoroki's voice broke through his spiraling thoughts. I'm sure you know that my old man, Endeavor, has been stuck as the number 2 hero for a long time. Izuku snapped back to reality, confused but now deeply intrigued. Endeavor. Yeah, Todoroki continued, his tone unwavering. If you've got something from the number 1 hero, and his successor, then I've got even more of a reason to take you down. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, the weight of Todoroki's words hitting harder than expected. Todoroki's lips curled slightly, as though he were trying to mask his bitterness, but his eyes remained razor sharp. My old man. He has a relentless desire to rise above everyone. As a hero, he made a name for himself by using force, by crushing anything in his path. All Might, though, the living legend, the symbol of peace, he's been a constant reminder that my father couldn't surpass him. And that's an eyesore for him. Izuku took a shaky breath, his mind trying to process everything. Because he couldn't be stronger than All Might. Exactly, Todoroki responded, his voice low, as though speaking of something deeply personal. My old man couldn't surpass All Might. So, he came up with a backup plan. Izuku blinked, taken aback by the sudden shift in Todoroki's demeanor. The anger in his eyes was unmistakable now. His pupils narrowed, and a flicker of something darker burned behind them. What backup plan? Izuku asked, his voice shaky as he tried to keep his composure. Todoroki's glare bore into Izuku, his eyes cold and unwavering. You've heard of quirk marriages, right? He asked, his voice tinged with a bitterness that was hard to miss. Izuku's pupils shrank in confusion. Why would he? He stuttered, but then the pieces clicked together in his mind. His face paled as the realization hit. Todoroki's gaze remained unyielding. You seem to know about them, he continued. Well, they became a problem for the 2nd and 3rd generations of superhumans. Choosing a spouse based solely on strengthening your own quirk and passing it on to your children, it's a twisted system. Forcing people into marriage. Izuku mumbled, the words barely escaping his lips. His mind was racing, trying to connect the dots. Why you're not saying that, Endeavor? Todoroki's voice cut through the air, sharp and full of anger. It's exactly what you think. He paused for a moment, letting the weight of his words sink in before he added, his voice growing colder. He had the money, the status, the power to win over anyone he wanted by force, if necessary. He's the number 2 hero. He can get away with anything. Izuku's heart dropped into his stomach. The ground seemed to shift beneath his feet. He had idolized heroes for so long, placed them on a pedestal. They were supposed to be beacons of light in a dark world, symbols of justice and hope. He never expected the truth about the top heroes, especially the number 2 hero, the one right behind All Might, to be like this. That he would go so far just to surpass another hero? Just to play a twisted game of dominance? The realization shattered something deep inside him. It felt as though his entire worldview was collapsing. My mother. The words hung in the air, slicing through the tension like a blade. Izuku stood frozen, his mouth agape and his eyes wide with shock. The world around him seemed to darken, and the truth hit him like a freight train. He couldn't respond, couldn't find the words. His thoughts were scrambled, struggling to make sense of what Todoroki had just said. It was as if a veil had been violently torn away from the hero society he once admired, revealing a side he wasn't ready to face. So, he really did. Izuku thought, his heart sinking. Todoroki's voice was laced with bitterness. My damn old man. He's only trying to fulfill his own desires. He wanted to raise a hero to surpass All Might, to satisfy his own thirst for power. Izuku's breath caught in his throat, his mind racing as Todoroki's anger became palpable. Fuck him. Todoroki suddenly yelled, his fists clenched tightly. His eyes were narrowed in pure, unbridled fury. I'll never be that piece of shit's tool. He reached up, his hand trembling as he touched the large scar on his face. Izuku winced, not knowing how to react. Todoroki's voice cracked with emotion. It's so damn annoying. He acts like he owns me, like I'm just some tool for him to use. Todoroki's left palm pressed against his scarred face, his fingers tracing the evidence of his past. The raw anger and pain in his voice were palpable. In my memories, my mother is always crying. His voice faltered, but the bitterness remained. She told me. Your left side is unsightly. That was the last thing she said to me before she poured boiling water on me. Izuku stood there, frozen, his heart pounding in his chest. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he took in the weight of Todoroki's words. His pupils shook with disbelief. His mouth hung open, but no words came out. His mind was racing, but it was as if his brain couldn't process what he was hearing. The rawness of Todoroki's pain was suffocating. Todoroki slowly lowered his hand from his face, and for the first time, his gaze met Izuku's directly. The anger in his eyes was unmistakable, but there was something else there, something deeper, something Izuku could understand, even if he couldn't fully grasp it. Todoroki's voice was steady, yet tinged with a fierce resolve. This is why I'm going to beat you. This isn't just about strength, it's personal. You have power equal to All Might in your forms. From the USJ attack, I know for a fact your flames burned hotter than his. His eyes flashed with intensity as he spoke. And the fact that you're All Might's chosen successor. That gives me all the reason I need to defeat you. Izuku's breath hitched. He didn't know how to respond to that. Todoroki's words were cutting through him, but it was clear now that this wasn't just about power, it was about something much deeper for Todoroki. I will defeat you without using that old man's quirk. Todoroki's voice grew even more determined. His eyes burned with conviction as he spoke. I'll become number one, without needing it. Izuku felt the weight of those words press down on him. Todoroki's declaration wasn't just about rivalry, it was about rejecting the legacy of his father and forging his own path. I'll reject him completely. By winning first place, without it, Todoroki finally declared, his voice resolute, the fire in his eyes unwavering. A suffocating silence followed. From their hiding spot, Bakugo and Jiru were stunned into stillness. Bakugo's usual scowl faltered, a single bead of sweat sliding down his temple, while Jiru's hands trembled faintly, her earphone jacks coiling tighter around her wrists. Neither dared to speak. I'm shocked. He's living in a completely different world than I am. Even though we're aiming for the same goal, yet we're so different, Izuku thought, unable to meet Todoroki's gaze. The sound of shuffling feet echoed through the tunnel as Todoroki began walking away, his hands stuffed in his pockets. Don't worry, Todoroki said, glancing over his shoulder. I won't breathe a word about you being All Might's successor. Regardless of your status, I'll climb over you using only my right side. Bring out your best forms, Midoriya. Because I will defeat you, no matter what. Izuku swallowed hard, his wide eyes betraying the unease gripping him. If this were a comic, he'd be the main character with a tragic backstory. What can I even say to that? He thought, watching Todoroki disappear down the corridor. Izuku felt a heavy pit settle in his stomach. Todoroki's story lingered in his mind, a sharp contrast to everything Izuku had assumed about him. He thought Todoroki had it all: power, talent, and control, but the truth painted a far bleaker picture. In comparison, Izuku felt blessed. Todoroki, wait, he called, his voice cracking slightly. Shoto stopped mid-step and turned, his cold expression unchanged but his eyes focused intently on Izuku. Izuku clenched his fists, forcing himself to speak with as little hesitation as possible. I've always had people helping me, he began, his voice rising with determination. I don't think I'd be here without them. But I want to be like All Might. His words gained strength as he pressed on. I can't fully understand everything you've been through. I can't pretend to know your pain. But I can understand your convictions. Even then, I owe it to everyone who's stood by me, everyone who's believed in me, to give it my all. I've lost too much already, and I won't let myself fall behind again. So, what I said earlier still stands. I'll beat you, Todoroki. With everything I've got, nothing less. Todoroki studied him in silence for a moment, his icy expression giving nothing away. Then, he gave a small nod, turned, and continued walking down the hall. Around the corner, Katsuki walked away with a scowl, muttering under his breath. Please, that nerd's his successor. What a load of horseshit, he scoffed, the disdain clear in his voice as he disappeared down the hall. Kyoka leaned against the wall, arms crossed as she processed everything she'd overheard. She pushed off with a sigh, walking toward Izuku. Hey, Green, she called out casually. Izuku flinched in surprise, turning toward her. Jiru. How much did you hear? Kyoka raised an eyebrow at his attempt to play dumb. What are you talking about? Juru, you have super hearing. Izuku interrupted bluntly, his tone bordering on exasperation. Kyoka clicked her tongue, caught red-handed. Oh okay, fine. Sorry, she muttered, her voice softening. I was just worried. She rubbed the ends of her earphone jacks together nervously. Izuku frowned slightly, the disappointment evident on his face. Kyoka glanced down, guilt written all over hers. Promise me next time you won't eavesdrop, Izuku said firmly. I know you're worried, but I'm okay. His expression grew serious. And I don't need her accidentally overhearing me and all my talk about one for all. Kyoka gave a small nod, not meeting his eyes. So, you heard all of that? Izuku asked hesitantly. Yeah. And that's all kinds of screwed up, she replied, her voice tinged with disbelief. The two began walking, the silence between them heavy with unspoken thoughts. I still can't believe it, Izuku said, shaking his head. The number 2 hero. Doing something like that. He's the number 2 hero. Kyoka nodded grimly. Yeah. Kinda scary when you think about it, huh? She said, glancing at him. Izuku turned to her, his brows furrowed. Like, if someone like Endeavor can get to the top with all that power and have his dirty laundry swept under the rug, what does that say about hero society? Kyoka said, her voice sharper now. Makes you wonder what other heroes have gotten away with. A shiver ran down Izuku's spine at the thought. He shook his head quickly, trying to clear the image from his mind. You know, Izuku said after a pause, I kinda thought Todoroki had everything. He stared at the ground, his voice quiet. A powerful quirk, 2 parents. Honestly, I was jealous. He sighed, but after hearing what he's been through. Kyoka gave him a sidelong glance, her expression softening. It makes my own problems feel insignificant in comparison, Izuku admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Kyoka stopped and grabbed his hand without hesitation, her touch grounding him. Don't say that, she said firmly, her gaze unwavering. Everyone's struggles are their own, and they matter. Yours included. Izuku looked at her, surprised by her conviction. She continued, her voice softening again. Look, I don't know everything you've been through. But when you're ready, I'm here. My quirk was kinda made for that. A faint smirk tugged at her lips. Izuku blinked before chuckling at the pun, the tension in his shoulders easing. And hey, if you don't want to talk to me, there's plenty of other people you can talk to, Kyoka added, her tone turning teasing. Most of them happen to be hot girls, by the way. Izuku flushed, his ears turning bright red. Thanks, he mumbled. They both glanced down at their hands, suddenly realizing they were still holding on to each other. Startled, Kyoka quickly pulled away, her own face turning a deep shade of pink. I'm really hungry, she blurted out, her voice a bit too loud. We should go and eat, or something. Why yeah, Izuku stammered, rubbing the back of his neck as they began walking again, both pretending not to notice their reddened faces. Midori. Mina Ishido's unmistakable voice rang out as she suddenly lunged at Izuku from behind, wrapping her arms around him. The unexpected weight made him stumble forward, nearly losing his balance. Kyoka stood nearby, her expression souring at the spectacle. Ishido? Izuku stammered, startled, as Mina rested her head on his shoulder from behind. I've been looking for you everywhere. Mina chirped before bounding around to face him, grinning ear to ear and clearly unfamiliar with the concept of personal space. Huh? Mina tilted her head, finally noticing Kyoka standing beside him. Her cheerful expression faltered as confusion seeped in. Wait. What are you two doing here? Alone? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Both Izuku and Kyoka flinched, their faces heating up. Oh, well. Izuku began, fumbling for words. Kyoka cut him off with a pointed question, her tone sharp. What are you doing here? Mina blinked before shaking off her hesitation, crossing her arms with an exaggerated display of confidence. Oh, right, well, she leaned in closer to Izuku, her usual energy returning for a moment before softening again. I wanted to make it up to you, for not joining your team during the cavalry battle, Mina admitted, her voice quieter now. Guilt flickered across her face, and she fidgeted with her hands. I know you were counting on me, and I just bailed. I felt awful about it, but I didn't know how to say sorry. Izuku blinked in surprise, taken aback by her sudden shift in tone. Oh, you don't have to feel bad about that, Izuku said, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. I mean, it all worked out in the end, right? So don't worry about it. Mina shook her head, her expression firm. No, it's not okay. I let you down, Midori, and that's been bugging me this whole time, she said earnestly, her hands clutching her chest. Izuku hesitated, unsure of how to respond, but before he could say anything, Mina's usual energy returned in full force. But don't worry, I'm going to make it up to you, no matter what, she declared, grabbing his arm with determination. Oh, that's really not necessary. Too bad, I already started, Mina said with a grin. I even got Ochako to grab some food for you while I kept looking. Right on cue, Izuku's stomach growled loudly. I could eat, he admitted sheepishly, his cheeks turning pink. Perfect, Mina beamed, dragging him down the hallway. Kyoka frowned but quickly followed, muttering under her breath about people being too loud. As they walked, Mina glanced back at Izuku with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I got you some katsudon. Not just any katsudon, though this is Lunch Rush's premium Golden Pork Sports Festival special, she announced dramatically. Izuku's eyes widened, his mouth watering. Golden Pork Special, isn't that super expensive? Mina waved his concern away with a laugh. Oh, don't worry about that. Did I mention it's hand-breaded cutlets with a rich miso glaze? Miso, Izuku interrupted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Mina giggled. Yep, and it's got a soft-boiled egg on top. Super fancy, huh? Izuku's lips quirked into a small, grateful smile as his stomach growled again. He opened his mouth to thank her when they rounded a corner and nearly bumped into Momo. Oh, there you are, Momo said, her usual composed expression softening with relief. We've been looking for you, Midoriya. Wait, you were looking for me too? Izuku asked, surprised. Of course, Momo replied matter-of-factly. You expended a lot of energy protecting the flag earlier, and I would have felt terrible if you missed a meal because of it. She turned to Kyoka. Juro, I brought you a taro boba and a meat bun. I figured you might want something lighter. Kyoka blinked in surprise before offering a small smile. Oh, thanks, Yaomomo. That's thoughtful of you. Momo nodded, then addressed Izuku again. Midoriya, please sit with us. We saved you a seat, and Mina already handled your meal. Wow, thank you so much, Yaoyorozu, Izuku said, touched by their thoughtfulness. Momo nodded, folding her hands neatly. It's no trouble. Besides, we'll need to be in top shape for the next event, so it's important to eat now. As the group started walking toward the cafeteria, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the hall. Yaoyorozu, Kaminari called out, his voice frantic as he and Saburaba skidded to a stop in front of the group. Their eyes locked onto Izuku, and panic immediately flashed across their faces. Crap, he's with her. There's no way they'll fall for it now. The two thought simultaneously. Yes, how can I help you? Momo asked, tilting her head. Kaminari stammered, glancing at Saburaba for support. Never mind, they blurted in unison before retreating quickly, tears streaming comically down their faces. Don't worry, Kaminari whispered to his partner in crime as they disappeared down the hall. We'll get them to wear it, we just have to wait until Midoriya's not with her. ... Izuku stepped into the cafeteria, the lively hum of chatter filling the air. The second and third years, who had been watching from their classrooms earlier, were now gathered for lunch. As he followed Mina through the room, Izuku couldn't help but notice the way conversations shifted when he passed by. Did you see him? I've never seen a quirk like that. How does it even work? Does he have multiple quirks or something? Yeah, that Midoriya guy practically stole the show. The words weren't malicious, but they still sent a familiar unease crawling up Izuku's spine. The attention, even positive, reminded him of Aldera, of whispers behind his back, of people calling him names like freak, with no hesitation. Even though these voices weren't cruel, the weight of so many eyes on him felt suffocating. He swallowed hard, his breathing quickening for a moment before he shook his head, forcing himself to focus. It's not the same, he thought, taking a few deep breaths to steady himself. Slowly, the tightness in his chest loosened, and he pushed forward. Hey, over here, Mina's cheerful voice cut through his thoughts as she grabbed his arm, tugging him forward. Whoa, Izuku stumbled slightly, barely keeping up with her energy. Mina led him to a connected table in the middle of the cafeteria. He blinked, taken aback as he saw most of the girls from Class 1A and 1B seated there, chatting animatedly. The sight made his stomach twist not in fear, but in nervous anticipation. He gulped, feeling heat rise to his face. A table full of girls. He was used to being around them in class, but this was different. As he hesitated, scanning for a seat, Izuku's eyes landed on Iida. The familiar sight of his friend was a welcome anchor in the sea of unfamiliarity. He hurried to take the seat beside him, letting out a small sigh of relief. Across the table, a few of the girls exchanged subtle glances, their expressions betraying a flicker of disappointment before they quickly masked it with smiles. The group soon settled into a rhythm, eating and chatting among themselves. Mina kept up her usual energy, animatedly talking with those around her. Kyoka, seated a few chairs down, quietly sipped her taro boba, occasionally chiming in with a dry quip that earned a few chuckles. I can't believe you tricked us like that, Yaoyorozu. Ochako exclaimed, puffing out her cheeks in an exaggerated pout. Momo delicately picked up a bite of rice before responding, her tone calm. I thought it was a logical strategy. Everyone seemed so eager to beat Midoriya, and considering he had the 10 million points. She basically dangled a giant stack of meat in front of a pack of starving wolves, Kyoka added, gesturing to the group. Her expression was unimpressed as she pointed at them. And you all fell for it. Don't blame Yaoyorozu just because you were gullible. The group groaned collectively, some shooting annoyed glances at Kyoka. She has a point, Yui said flatly, earning a series of irritated looks from around the table. After a moment of silence, Abara spoke up, her calm tone breaking the tension. Though I must say, Midoriya. She paused, brushing a vine across her face in an attempt to hide the faint blush that crept up her cheeks. She was seated across from Kendo, who sat next to Iida. The fact that you managed to hold your ground against both hero courses was truly remarkable. Izuku's face flushed slightly at the compliment. Totally. Hagakure chimed in enthusiastically, her chair bouncing slightly as she leaned forward. The way you fought as Spider-Monkey was awesome. Nobody could even touch you. Izuku scratched the back of his neck, embarrassed. That was mostly thanks to Danger Sense, he thought, though he didn't say it out loud. Such a well-structured strategy, Iida said, adjusting his glasses. Baiting everyone like that, even I fell for it. I should have been more prepared. His tone carried a mix of shame and admiration. Izuku frowned slightly, shaking his head. I still don't feel comfortable being used as bait, he admitted. Looking back, I kind of wish I'd used Fast Track. Maybe Ghost Freak or Amphibian would have been better choices. But you were incredible, Kanoko chirped, her grin wide. The way you dodged and fought shroomtastic. Yanagi nodded in agreement, her expression thoughtful. Your movements were so precise and fluid, she said. How were you able to dodge attacks like that? It felt as though you had a sixth sense. Ooh, like a Dekiru tingle, Ochako suggested brightly, her smile wide. Ah, that sounds adorable. Toru added, practically glowing with excitement. Izuku blinked, his face blank. On one hand, they thought it was cute, on the other hand, it sounded utterly ridiculous. That's a terrible name, Yui said bluntly, her monotone delivery slicing through the conversation like a knife. Both Ochako and Toru recoiled as if physically struck, clutching their chests dramatically. Harsh, they muttered in unison, pouting in defeat. The group chuckled lightly at their antics before settling back into their meals, the playful atmosphere easing Izuku's lingering nerves. Though I am curious, how were you able to dodge all of Shota's attacks like that? Yui asked, her monotone voice tinged with intrigue. Suyu nodded in agreement, and in the minefield, the way you moved, you dodged the mines before they even had a chance to go off, ribbit. It was like you knew exactly where they were. Speaking of the minefield, Itsuka interjected with a teasing grin, you know it was completely reckless and stupid for you to blow yourself sky high like that, right? Especially since you were already in the lead. Izuku blushed in embarrassment, rubbing the back of his neck. Hey, if I didn't blow myself up, Iida would have passed me. So, yeah, I feel completely justified in my actions. Tsuyu tilted her head. Ribbit, but you didn't know Iida could go that fast, she pointed out. And he was still on the second to last obstacle, Momo added, crossing her arms. Her tone carried a mix of scolding and concern. Frankly, it was reckless, foolish, and quite dangerous, Midoriya. Izuku slumped in his seat, her words sinking in. His cheeks flushed as he mumbled an apology, but then Momo's face softened, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. But, it was kind of cool, she admitted, her voice quieter. Izuku's head snapped up, his face bright red as he blinked at her in surprise. Momo cleared her throat quickly, turning her gaze to her plate as if nothing had happened. Iida adjusted his glasses, breaking the moment. Wait, is it true, Midoriya? Do you have some sort of sixth sense? He asked, leaning slightly forward. Like a second quirk, Kanoko chimed in, her voice curious. No, Izuku blurted, waving his hands defensively. It's not a quirk. The entire table stared at him, their expressions a mix of deadpan disbelief. God, he's terrible at lying, they all thought in unison. Though it's kind of cute, the girls silently added, some of them averting their eyes with faint blushes. Izuku, noticing the unimpressed looks, quickly tried to clarify. It's not a secondary quirk, per se. He fumbled with his chopsticks, gesturing aimlessly as he scrambled for an explanation. Why, you know how my quirk works well, the green electricity part, at least. Everyone nodded, waiting for him to continue. Yeah, it enhances your speed and strength, and it boosts your other forms too, Yanagi said, her calm voice offering a succinct summary. Izuku nodded nervously. Okay, so, would you say I have a super speed quirk and a super strength quirk? He asked, looking at the group. The table exchanged glances before nodding slowly, the logic clicking into place. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. Oh, so it's not another quirk, it's just another application of your quirk? Yanagi asked, tilting her head thoughtfully. Exactly, Izuku said, nodding quickly. His heart was pounding, but he managed to keep his expression steady. It acts like a secondary quirk, but it's really just another way of using it. The group seemed to buy his explanation, nodding along as they returned to their meals. Ribbit, I guess that makes sense. Some quirks have secondary abilities that can act like separate quirks, Tsuyu said thoughtfully. Izuku nodded, latching onto her explanation. Yes, it's kinda like how Kaminari can store electricity in his body, or how Su can stick to walls. Some people's quirks are just sticking to walls or just absorbing electricity, so someone might think Su and Kaminari have two quirks. He spoke quickly, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he tried to keep the focus off himself. Wait, how come you have this? Dekiru tingle. Now, Momo asked, clearly still unconvinced. Can we just call it danger sense? Izuku asked, wincing at the name. Yui, taking her time enjoying some rice, muttered, A little unoriginal, but definitely better than Dekiru tingle. If you had this danger sense, why were you surprised by the villain's attack at the USJ? Momo pressed. Tsuyu nodded in agreement. Ribbit, yeah, if you had it back then, that villain wouldn't have been able to touch you, and you wouldn't have been so hurt, she said, her concern clear. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, guilt creeping in as he noticed the worried expressions on their faces. He hesitated, searching for an explanation that wouldn't blow his cover. Is it because you were at 8% of your quirk? Yui asked flatly. Everyone turned to her. I mean, you've been at 8% since school started. Maybe your limit has increased. Izuku blinked, surprised at her deduction but also grateful for the lifeline. Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, I was stuck at 8% for so long, so when I push higher, more of my body gets enhanced including my senses, giving me a danger sense, you could say. He lied, the pit in his stomach growing heavier. Kendo, seated across from him, frowned with an annoyed yet concerned look. Speaking of your 8%. She folded her arms and leaned forward. How could you not tell me you've been using only 8% of your quirk this whole time? Her tone held a hint of hurt. And the fact that it results in broken bones, Iida added, adjusting his glasses sternly. That's a detail you definitely shouldn't leave out when discussing your quirk, Midoriya. Yui raised an eyebrow as if unimpressed. You guys seem surprised that he's been using 8%. Yeah, Setsuna said, throwing her arms up. You've seen how powerful he is. The fact that he's only been using 8% is straight up crazy. Kanoko nodded enthusiastically, her voice bubbly. Yeah, Shroom, if 8% is that strong, I can't even imagine what you're like at 100%. It's shroomtastic. Pony tilted her head, blinking in awe. That means your real strength is, like, super scary, right? She clapped her hands together excitedly. Wow, Midoriya, you're so cool. Abara, sitting more reservedly, nodded solemnly. To restrain such immense power with discipline is truly admirable, Midoriya. Scripture teaches that strength without control is like a tempest without guidance, it only leads to ruin. As she spoke, her words seemed to carry an almost angelic weight, and for a brief moment, the light above her seemed to glow brighter. You possess not only strength but the wisdom to wield it sparingly. That speaks to a heart dedicated to virtue, not vanity. Izuku's face burned red at the compliment. Thanks, he said shyly. Abara then turned to Yui. Though, you don't seem surprised, Kodai. Oh, I'm not, Yui said calmly, popping another bite of rice into her mouth as everyone turned to her in shock. Wait, you knew? Kyoka asked, looking incredulous. Of course, Yui said simply, her tone as steady as ever. Why didn't you say anything more? Kendo asked, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Yui shrugged, her expression indifferent. Well, I thought everyone knew. He mutters about using 8% all the time. I asked him, and he told me. She pointed her chopsticks lazily in Izuku's direction, making him blush slightly. It's kinda on you guys for not listening to him when he mutters, Yui added, her blunt statement hitting hard. The girls collectively felt an invisible stab to their heart. Setsuna, laughing at their reactions, leaned over to Izuku. You're lucky she's so chill about this stuff. If it were me, I'd be pestering you for all the details 24/7. Kendo felt a pang of guilt alongside some of the other girls. It wasn't as if they'd deliberately ignored Izuku's muttering or anything like that, but the realization that he might have mentioned his quirk breaking his bones and that they hadn't been paying enough attention left a bitter taste. Though knowing your quirk breaks your bones is kinda spooky, Yanagi said, her voice tinged with unease. Izuku scratched the back of his head nervously. Yeah, sorry I didn't mention it earlier. Momo shook her head lightly, her expression softening. It's all right, Midoriya. Though, does that explain your new danger sense? She asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I think so. Though I'm still trying to figure it out myself. It kind of feels like I have a new sensory organ to work with. Man, that makes me a little jealous, Setsuna said, leaning back in her seat with a smirk. First, you basically have a quirk arsenal on demand, and now you've got spider sense too. Izuku chuckled awkwardly. Well, yeah, but every time it activates, it feels like my head is getting stabbed. Everyone winced in unison. Seriously? Kyoka asked, her eyebrows furrowing. Boy, that must suck. Oh no, Dekiru, Ochako murmured softly, her hands clasped together in worry. Izuku waved it off quickly. I mean, it is painful, but not too painful. Though I'm still not sure how it works. Sometimes it just goes off randomly, and I can't even pinpoint what it's warning me about. Like in class, it'll suddenly activate, and He began to mutter under his breath, his chopsticks moving absently as he theorized. The girls around him exchanged quick glances, some unable to hide their growing smiles. Kendo, who had been quietly eating, suddenly noticed something. Momo, seated across from Izuku, had her chin resting gently on her hand, her onyx eyes softening as she watched him speak. A faint, unbidden smile tugged at her lips, and she seemed entirely lost in the sight of him. Kendo raised an eyebrow, amused at how long Momo had been staring. Maybe the jolt of pain is my reflexes kicking into overdrive, Izuku muttered, oblivious to the attention. Kyoka, sitting to his left, kept glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, her earphone jacks twisting shyly around her pinky finger. Mina sat a few seats over, her bright, half-lidded gaze fixed on Izuku with a beaming smile, her hands clasped together as though she were holding back excitement. Abara, seated near Kendo, had her vines wrapped tightly around her arms, her cheeks faintly flushed as she listened to his every word. "Hey, Midoriya, mind if I try some of that pork?" "It looks really good," Toru asked, leaning slightly forward in her seat. Sure," Izuku stammered, blushing furiously as he passed her his plate. "Thanks, you're the best," Toru chirped, her enthusiasm drawing a small chuckle from the group. Before he could continue, Izuku suddenly winced, danger sense going off as he jerked his head toward Bakugo, who sat glaring at him from across the room. It can get pretty annoying," Izuku said, rubbing his temples. The girls all exchanged knowing looks before glancing in the same direction Izuku had turned. Sure enough, Bakugo looked as though he were seconds away from marching over to them. "Whoa, check out Midoriya. Dude's quite the ladies' man," Shiro joked, his voice drawing the attention of the other guys at the table. The boys turned their heads, and their jaws collectively dropped as they saw the way the girls were gazing at Izuku. "Man, this guy doesn't even realize it, does he?" Banjo said, shaking his head in disbelief. Such a timid guy like Midoriya. How? Kaminari blurted out, practically jumping out of his seat. No fair. Why does he get a harem? Mineta cried, tears streaming comically down his face. Izuku's face exploded into a massive blush. What? He stammered in shock, glancing around to realize he was, in fact, sitting surrounded by several of the girls from both Class A and B, alongside Iida. It's not what it looks like," Izuku said, waving his hands frantically, his face burning red. "Oh really?" Mineta accused, pointing a trembling finger at him. "You dare sit here with all the girls while we're out here suffering? You're hogging them all to yourself like some kind of." He froze as the collective stares of both the boys and girls bore down on him. "You bastard, have you no shame taking all the girls for yourself like some kind of sexual deviant?" Mineta shouted, ignoring Izuku's desperate attempts to calm him. Mineta, please calm down. You're making way too much noise," Izuku pleaded, his voice rising in panic as more and more eyes turned toward their table. "Oh, when you're starting your own damn harem?" "Hell no," Mineta snapped. Then, as if in desperation, he turned to Momo with wide, teary eyes. "At least save me, Yaoyorozu. Please. We're just friends, Mineta. Please stop," Izuku insisted, practically begging at this point. "Oh right, sure," Mineta retorted, folding his arms. "I'm supposed to just ignore the googly eyes the girls keep giving you." He sniffled dramatically before turning to Kaminari for support. "Come on, Mineta, you don't actually expect the girls from both classes to like Midoriya," Kaminari said, waving him off. Yeah, no offense to Midoriya, but the guy doesn't really seem like the type to have a bunch of girls fawning over him, Tetsu added. "No offense, Midoriya. None taken," Izuku mumbled, trying to sink lower into his seat. "Midoriya's super manly," Kirishima interjected, "but he doesn't seem like the type to go for multiple girls. He strikes me as the guy who'd be completely loyal to one woman, ya know." Kodai shifted slightly in her seat, her normally calm expression faltering. Her heart sank a little at the thought. "Yeah, plus," Kaminari said, "I can't see Midoriya dating a bunch of girls. He gets way too nervous around them. No way he's juggling multiple girlfriends. Can you even imagine if all the girls actually fell for him?" Izuku felt that statement stab directly into his pride, leaving him slumped in silent defeat. The girls' faces, however, lit up in varying shades of red. Momo adjusted her hair, tucking a strand behind her ear as she cleared her throat. "I don't know, it isn't that unbelievable," she said softly. Mina, twirling a lock of her fluffy pink hair around her finger, chuckled nervously. "Why yeah, I don't think it's too crazy." Itsuka's eyes widened slightly as she glanced between the girls. The realization hit her hard as she noticed their flustered expressions, their nervous movements. Turning to Izuku, who seemed oblivious, a pang of guilt struck her heart. She thought back to her earlier resolve to confess her feelings and shook her head. No, Itsuka, you're just imagining things. Come on, Kaminari said with a laugh, waving dismissively. There's no way both Class A and B are totally in love with Midoriya. Pony, her face crimson, rubbed her feet against the floor shyly under the table. She stole a glance at Izuku, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know. Sometimes a girl falls for a guy without even realizing it. Yeah, Mina said hesitantly, her eyes darting away. And love doesn't really make sense, you know. Sometimes you just end up liking someone for no reason at all. She quickly backtracked, waving her hands in a panic. I'm not saying I'm in love with Midoriya or anything. I'm just saying love doesn't always have to make sense. You know, make sense. Toru nodded along, her voice unusually quiet. Yeah, a girl can totally fall for a guy they wouldn't normally go for. Her face flushed as she avoided looking at Izuku, her fingers fiddling nervously with the edge of her sleeve. ... Kuwaro sat stiffly, his eyes flicking toward Kanoko, who was seated beside Izuku and smiling warmly at something he'd said. His usual calm demeanor cracked as a faint frown tugged at his lips. Kaibara, picking up on the tension, decided to add his opinion. I mean, I wouldn't want to fight him or anything, but the guy kinda seems like a wimp, he said, his tone dismissive. Izuku visibly deflated at the comment, shoulders slumping slightly. However, Iida, ever the loyal friend, straightened his posture and gave Kaibara a perplexed look. Wimp? He asked, his tone incredulous. Well, yeah, Kaibara replied with a shrug. The way that Bakugo guy talks to him, he barely seems to care. If it were me, I'd have punched his teeth in by now. Iida adjusted his glasses sharply, his expression stern. And that, Kaibara, is the difference between you and Midoriya. Do not confuse restraint with cowardice. A hero must know when to pick their battles. Itsuka chimed in, her voice light but carrying a tinge of reproach. Exactly. No offense, but if Midoriya got into as many fights as you're suggesting, the school would have turned into a morgue by now. She sent Izuku a small, reassuring smile, earning a slight blush from him. Setsuna smirked, leaning back in her seat as she shifted her attention to Kaminari. Plus, no offense, but Midoriya's got way better chances with the girls than you do, she said, pointing at Kaminari with a teasing grin. Hey, I've got more charisma than Midoriya, Kaminari protested, practically leaping from his chair. Setsuna shrugged nonchalantly. Sure, but charisma isn't everything. Midoriya might be awkward, but that's half the appeal. No offense, but he's got the best shot at getting a girlfriend out of all of you. Saburaba folded his arms, leaning back with a smug grin. I don't see it. I've got pretty good game. Give me a month, and I'll have a girlfriend. PFF'd. Setsuna laughed, nearly doubling over. Yeah, sure, keep dreaming. Look, girls like a guy who's real. Midoriya isn't out here trying to impress anyone, but he still manages to be a badass. And, she pointed at Kaminari for emphasis, he doesn't flirt with every girl who walks into the room like someone else. Kaminari shrank back slightly, grumbling under his breath, while Setsuna turned back to the group with a grin. He's selfless, brave, and would probably walk through fire for any of us. That's what makes him stand out. Izuku's face turned an alarming shade of red as his heart pounded in his chest. He ducked his head, staring intently at his food, wishing the conversation would move on. Mineta, fists clenched in frustration, smacked the table hard. Damn it, she's right. He has the qualities of a damn harem protagonist. Izuku, flustered beyond belief, waved his hands in a panic. Mineta, I promise I'm not a hare. He froze mid-sentence, his head snapping toward the cafeteria doors as if he'd been struck. His body went rigid, and a bead of sweat rolled down his temple. The girls immediately noticed his sudden shift. Dekiru, are you okay? Ochako asked, her brows furrowed as she followed his line of sight to the door. Izuku didn't respond. His fearful expression deepened as his hand unconsciously drifted toward the Omnitrix, his instincts screaming at him. Iida placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Midoriya, what's wrong? He asked, his voice steady. Before Izuku could respond, the cafeteria doors swung open with a heavy thud. The room fell silent, a wave of tension washing over everyone as they turned to see the imposing figures of SACT members entering the room. Their uniforms were pristine, their presence commanding, and their gazes scanned the room like hawks hunting prey. The air grew heavy, and Izuku felt the weight of their stares settle on him. The cafeteria fell silent as 4 individuals strode through the entrance. The air seemed to shift, tension rippling through the room like an electric current. 2 men and 2 women made up the group, their presence dominating the space effortlessly. All eyes locked on the man leading them, a tall figure with blonde hair cut in a buzz style, a long scar running diagonally across his face, and piercing blue eyes that seemed to drill into anyone they landed on. His gaze immediately locked onto Izuku, unyielding and sharp as steel. "Holy shit, that's Lieutenant Steel," someone whispered, breaking the silence. Murmurs erupted like wildfire among the students, each voice laced with awe, fear, or both. "He's the leader of the main SACT squad, the best of the best. A living legend, he's been part of every major operation for the last 10 years. His quirk makes him practically indestructible. They say he survived re-entry from space." Izuku felt his danger sense flare, the sharp, stabbing warning pounding in his head like an alarm. His hand instinctively drifted toward the Omnitrix, his heart racing as he tried to process what was happening. The rest of the team followed closely behind Steel. One was a short woman with pigtails, a disarmingly bright smile contrasting with her deadly reputation. Another was a tall woman with jet black hair tied in a simple ponytail, her poised demeanor and striking resemblance to Yaoyorozu catching several students' attention. The final member was a burly man with dark skin and a grim expression, his massive arms crossed as his sharp eyes swept across the room. "That's Shotline, the sniper who can hit a target from miles away, she doesn't miss. This is the All Might level threat team. Why are they here? Do you think there's a villain in the school? Or maybe, they're after one of us?" Bakugo's smirk stretched wider as he leaned back in his seat. "TCH, must be here for me. I mean, it makes sense, I'm the only one here who's got the power to rival All Might. Yeah, these extras wouldn't understand." He flexed his hand, the memory of Ishido's words gnawing at the edges of his pride. But to his shock, the team didn't even spare him a glance. Their sharp, calculating gazes swept over him as if he didn't even exist. Todoroki, quietly enjoying his soba, felt their eyes briefly flicker to him before moving on. Then, they focused entirely on one table, on Izuku Midoriya. The room seemed to hold its collective breath as Steel's heavy boots echoed against the cafeteria floor. Every step felt like a countdown. "Midoriya," Steel said, his voice cold and commanding, like a hammer striking an anvil. "If you don't mind, I'd like a word." Izuku's danger sense hammered relentlessly in his skull. His heart raced as he awkwardly stood, rubbing his wrist as he tried to steady himself. All eyes were on him as he followed Steel out of the cafeteria, the rest of the team falling in line behind them. The whispers started as soon as the door closed behind him. "Why him? Why Midoriya? He seems like good guy. Do you think he's dangerous? You saw him during the first 2 events. He's been holding back, but the guy is a powerhouse. They only go after people who could become world-ending threats. Yeah, or those they think might turn into villains. That's their whole purpose, to stop potential threats before they even become a problem." Mirio Tagata, sitting with Nejire and Tamaki, leaned forward with interest. Hey, Nejire whispered excitedly, "Isn't that Steel? And that woman with the ponytail? She single-handedly took down those villains with overpowered quirks during the Shibuya incident." "Yeah, that team's the real deal," another student muttered. "They operate outside the Hero Commission. They don't take orders from no one." "What does SACT stand for anyway?" Nejire asked, shaking Mirio. "SACT, the Specialized Anti-Catastrophe Task Force. Their job is to identify, monitor, and, if needed, eliminate anyone they see as an existential threat to global safety," Amajiki muttered quietly, his gaze fixed on the door. "They're basically the ones who keep potential heroes with overpowered quirks in check," Mirio added, his usual cheer replaced by rare seriousness. You would have to be one powerhouse to get their attention. Amajiki said. Didn't they stop that rogue hero who almost destroyed half of Europe? They don't just show up for anyone. Meanwhile, the girls at Izuku's table exchanged anxious glances, their eyes following his retreating form. Ochako fiddled nervously with her fingers, while Momo's grip on her chopsticks tightened imperceptibly. Mina's usual smile faltered, and even Kyoka, who typically exuded calm, couldn't hide the slight furrow in her brow. I don't like this, Momo muttered, her voice low but filled with worry. Pony, sitting a few seats away, whispered to Kanoko. Why would they want to talk to him? They only go after people who might one day rival All Might. Kanoko murmured, her eyes wide. Shroom, Midoriya. Kyoka practically panicked. But Green isn't even dangerous, he's powerful but not anyway villainous. As Izuku disappeared through the door, the murmurs grew louder. Legends and stories about SACT floated through the cafeteria like ghostly echoes. They were the ones who stopped the rogue villain in Egypt. He was the #1 hero at the time but seemed to lose it. They've got a file on everyone they think could one day go rogue. Yeah, they don't just take action. They observe for years, watching for any sign of a slip-up. Can't believe they would consider him a threat. He doesn't seem that powerful, one student whispered, his voice tinged with doubt. Yeah, but you didn't see him during the entrance exam. The guy is one powerhouse, another student added, his tone more serious. But Midoriya, he's like the nicest guy in the world, Kirishima chimed in, his usual enthusiastic grin replaced with concern as he looked around at his classmates. TCH, they only seem a threat because of that stupid quirk of his. Without it, he's just a stupid, useless quirkless Deku. A student snapped, shoveling food angrily into his mouth. His words, however, didn't go unnoticed. That applies to you too, dumbass, Zero replied, rolling his eyes. Huh, the angry student shot back, clearly confused. Here's a reality check. Without your explosions, you're just an angry blonde guy who yells, die, all the time, Kyoka said flatly, crossing her arms. A few chuckles rippled through the cafeteria, some of the students trying to hold back their laughter. Shut up, I'll blow you up, earlobe bitch. Bakugo shouted, his face turning red with fury. Not cool, Bakubro, Kirishima said, his voice serious, though he tried to hide the concern in his tone. Yeah, that was uncalled for, Ashido added with a frown, arms crossed. You really need to chill. Bakugo just scoffed and crossed his arms, gritting his teeth. When I beat you all in the 3rd round, they'll see how I'm an All Might level threat. Itsuka's face twisted into a scowl. What a bunch of idiots. How can they see Midoriya as a threat? Yui nodded, just as confused. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Momo frowned, her expression troubled. I know, Midoriya's not like that at all. He's always been kind, selfless, and determined. It's hard to imagine him ever turning into something they'd need to monitor like that. Zero, munching on some food, spoke up quietly. He did turn the thing that was meant to kill all. He paused as the group shot him a sharp look. Quote. Might into ash, his voice lowered, realizing the weight of what he had said. The room fell into a tense silence at the mention of All Might's name. But Dekiru's not some villain, he's, Ochako exclaimed, her hands clenched in frustration. I don't get it, why would they think he's a threat? Maybe they're just trying to intimidate him or something, Kaminari offered, scratching the back of his head. You know, make sure he stays in check. Tokiyami, as usual, was the calmest of the group. Yes, Midoriya's power is undeniable. Perhaps this is a scare tactic to make sure he doesn't become a danger. Shoji nodded thoughtfully. They're probably just shaken, especially since they've never seen a quirk like his before. The girls seemed to relax a little, though there was still a lingering unease. With his quirk, Momo said quietly, I can see why they might think it could be dangerous if it were to get out of control. Ochako clutched her chest, a worried expression on her face. Yeah, but it's not like Dekiru has any reason to be a villain. I don't get why they'd come after him like this. He's always been there for us, not the other way around. Izuku stood nervously in front of Lieutenant. Steel, the weight of the man's hardened gaze bearing down on him. Steel's arms were folded, his broad shoulders giving him an almost immovable presence. The lieutenant didn't sit immediately. He let the silence hang, as if daring Izuku to break it first, before finally settling into the chair opposite the boy. His movements were slow, deliberate, and commanding, as though even sitting was an exercise in asserting control. "I assume you know who I am," Steel said, his voice gravelly but firm, with a sharp edge that made Izuku flinch. "Why yes, sir," Izuku stammered, his danger sense hammering in his head like an alarm. "You're Lieutenant Steel, the leader of the main SACT unit, the most elite fighting force in the world." Steel gave a curt nod, his cold blue eyes narrowing. "Good. Then I won't waste time explaining who I am. Unlike Japan, we don't buy into the fantasy that everyone is inherently just or that power automatically belongs in the hands of those aspiring to be heroes." His tone grew heavier, each word landing like a blow. "People like you, people with power on your level, are exactly the kind we keep in check." Izuku's throat went dry, and he couldn't stop the nervous gulp that followed. Steel noticed but said nothing, letting the moment stew before continuing. "You," Steel said, pointing a finger that felt like a dagger, "are the perfect example. When we first got the report about a so-called quirkless boy suddenly manifesting 19 different quirks." He paused, leaning forward, his voice hardening. "I was ready to have the agent who brought me that intel committed to a mental hospital." Izuku blinked, unsure if Steel was joking or deadly serious. Judging by the steely glint in his eyes, it was the latter. "And yet," Steel continued, his tone turning almost incredulous, "here you are. In less than a year, you've not only developed this absurd array of abilities but have somehow gained a level of control over them that most pro-heroes struggle to achieve with just one." He leaned back, shaking his head slightly. "Do you know how impossible that sounds? How dangerous that makes you appear to anyone with a shred of common sense?" Izuku's heart sank further with each word. Steel's piercing gaze remained locked on Izuku. "Power like yours isn't just rare, it's unprecedented. It places you in a category of threats most of the world desperately prays will never exist." Izuku trembled slightly but willed himself to stay composed, though the intensity of Steel's presence was almost suffocating. "Now," Steel continued, his tone flat but menacing, "do you mind telling me what our criteria are for those lucky enough to catch our attention?" Izuku swallowed hard, forcing himself to speak despite the growing lump in his throat. You determine who could become a potential threat," he said, his voice shaky but clear. "You classify them into ranks based on how dangerous they might be. You study their power so you can neutralize them if they ever endanger humanity." Nervous sweat dripped down his face as he finished. Steel's lips curled into a faint, humorless smirk. "They warned me you were sharp. Now, Midoriya," his voice dropped, growing colder. "Whether you like it or not, you are dangerous. We've studied you, we've seen the footage, and let me tell you, what we saw was nothing short of terrifying." He leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing. "The USJ incident. That display of strength when you fought the Nomu. You moved so fast you were practically invisible to the naked eye. The sheer strength you demonstrated was frighteningly impressive. You went toe-to-toe with something that was meant to kill All Might and walked away victorious. That's no small feat. And those flames." He straightened, his tone darkening further. "When you reduced that creature to ash, the sheer destruction you unleashed. And the fact you were holding back only demonstrates how powerful you are." Izuku's breath hitched, his body trembling despite himself. Steel's expression hardened further. "Let me guess, you weren't treated kindly before you got those quirks." It was less a question and more an accusation, but when Izuku remained silent, Steel sighed and shook his head. "People can be cruel, and Japan." He paused, his voice laced with disdain. "Japan prefers everyone to fit neatly into their little boxes. Quirkless. That makes you a nail sticking out. And your culture," he scoffed, "it prefers to hammer down problems rather than deal with them. No offense, but that's a fact." Izuku flinched at the harsh truth of Steel's words, memories of his past surfacing unbidden. Steel didn't stop. "Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. The fact you were quirkless, the fact you're an emotional teenager, and the fact you now have the power to level a city block or turn supernova hot. That makes you dangerous, extremely dangerous. He leaned forward again, his gaze cold and calculating. Someone like you, with immeasurable power, who gained it out of nowhere and has only had it for, what, a year? Your growth is impressive, I'll give you that. But it's also terrifying. No normal person should be able to master that many abilities in such a short time. That's not natural, it's a red flag. Steel stood, towering over Izuku, and began to pace slowly. If you think you're the first, late bloomer, we've seen, you're dead wrong. The most dangerous foes I've ever faced have been late bloomers. Take the Shibuya incident from 10 years ago. His voice grew grim. The villain had an anger-based quirk that built up for 20 years. When it finally exploded, he tore through 145 pro-heroes like they were nothing. Izuku's stomach churned as he recalled the incident from his studies. Steel stopped pacing and stared down at him, his tone cutting like a blade. And how many civilians do you think he killed? How many lives were lost before we finally put him down? Izuku hesitated but finally whispered, 150,000. Steel nodded sharply. He was a lot like you, Midoriya. Meek, timid, the kind of guy people didn't take seriously, until he'd had enough. He snapped. He was only human, after all. But his power, his rage, turned him into a walking catastrophe. Steel's eyes bore into Izuku, unyielding and cold. I see that same terrifying potential in you. I don't even want to imagine what would happen if someone like you, someone with your kind of power, ever reached their breaking point. Whether it's a year from now, or 10 years from now, if you do, may God help us all. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. But I'll promise you this, if that day comes, I will put you down. No hesitation, no second chances. Izuku clenched his fists, his head lowered as he struggled to keep his composure. The words stung, but what hurt more was how much of it he couldn't deny. Memories of the bullying, the insults, and the isolation clawed their way to the forefront of his mind. Steel, seeing the boy's reaction, shook his head slightly. Don't take it personally, kid, he said, though his tone carried no warmth. History has shown us what happens when people like you, people who've suffered, suddenly gain immense power. They can become the worst kind of threat. And you, he gestured toward Izuku, you've proven, even in your human form, that you have strength comparable to All Might. Steel turned his back to Izuku and began walking away. You're powerful, Midoriya, too powerful, and my team, we don't take risks, not with people like you. Nothing personal, Steel said, his tone sharp. I don't think you're a bad kid. But no one who's endured 10 years of torment walks away from it without scars. No human is so forgiving that they can just shrug that off entirely. There's always something. Resentment, anger, maybe even a need to prove something. We'll be watching you, especially during your fight with Bakugo. How you handle that will tell us exactly what we need to know about you. With that, Steel turned on his heel and walked away, his words hanging heavy in the air like a warning. Izuku sighed heavily. Oh, man. Izuku then turned in the opposite direction of Steel. As Lieutenant, Steel turned a corner. He came face to face with Principal Nezu, who stood with his hands clasped neatly behind his back, his expression unreadable. We will be keeping a close eye on him, Steel said without preamble, his voice firm and unyielding. Nezu tilted his head slightly, his calm demeanor never faltering. I can assure you, Midoriya is one of the most noble individuals I've ever encountered. His selflessness knows no bounds, and I believe you are making a grave mistake by doubting his intentions. Steel met the principal's gaze with unwavering seriousness. Maybe, but he's still an emotional 15-year-old with immense, unchecked power. If there's one thing history has proven, it's that humans can be their own worst enemy. Catastrophe doesn't come out of nowhere, it's often born out of good intentions or unresolved pain. Nezu's eyes narrowed slightly at the implication, but he remained silent as Steel continued. Look, I'm not saying he's a bad kid. From what I've seen, he probably is as good as you say. But with the kind of power he has, strength that can level cities and flames hotter than anything we've seen, it would be irresponsible not to keep him on our radar. Power like that needs accountability, and if he ever loses control, it could cost countless lives. Steel gave Nezu one last look before turning away. I'll leave you with this. You might trust him completely, but we don't have the luxury of that kind of faith. As Steel walked off, Nezu sighed deeply, his calm mask slipping ever so slightly to reveal a hint of worry. Faith, Lieutenant, Steel, is sometimes the strongest shield we have, and the hardest to maintain. ... Izuku made his way through the halls, his mind still spinning from his conversation with Lieutenant Steel and the revelation that SACT considered him a potential threat. Me, a threat, seriously, I know I'm strong, but I don't understand. Why does it feel like I'm being punished for just trying to do the right thing? Izuku groaned, frustration bubbling to the surface. He decided against returning to the cafeteria, unwilling to face the stares and whispers from his classmates. Lost in thought, he suddenly tensed as a sharp, stabbing pain shot through his senses. Danger sense. Green electricity erupted around his body as he instinctively leapt into the air, flipping backward with precision and landing behind his attacker. United surprise smash. All Might's booming voice filled the hallway as his fist stopped inches from where Izuku had stood moments before. All Might, Izuku shouted, his eyes wide with shock. What the heck are you doing? Izuku blinked, still trying to process the sudden change. Yeah, I'm fine, I guess. His voice wavered as he nervously scratched his head. But, seriously, what was that? Why did you attack me? During the first two events, you reacted to attacks before they even landed, All Might continued, his tone shifting to something more serious. Shota's strike and that minefield, there was no way you could have seen them coming. You were aware of them before they happened. It's like you have some kind of sixth sense. Izuku frowned, looking down, still uncertain. Yeah, it has something to do with One for All. He hesitated, nervously glancing up at All Might. And you're gonna think I'm crazy when I tell you this. All Might folded his arms, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced with an intense focus. Try me. Izuku took a deep breath and recounted his dream from earlier that morning. How he dreamt of the One for All users. How they spoke of some sort of entity keeping them from speaking with him. A previous One for All quirk. So it's some kind of evolved form of One for All? All Might asked, his voice filled with curiosity. Izuku nodded. It's called Danger Sense. They didn't give me a lot of information, just that it's awakened, but our conversation came to an abrupt end. They didn't seem able to talk to me for long. All Might cupped his chin thoughtfully. Well, at least it wasn't something like my master's quirk. Imagine floating around. People would raise eyebrows, especially with the Omnitrix on top of that. You've got everyone watching you closely now. Izuku nodded in understanding. Yeah, I had to explain it to most of my class. I told them that since my quirk enhances my body, with my new limits, I've also gotten an increase in my senses. All Might raised an eyebrow. Pretty good lie. You're getting pretty good at this. Izuku blinked, a little unsure. Is that a good thing? All Might looked a bit uncomfortable, scratching the back of his head. Well, let's not dive into the moral ambiguity of it. Anyway, it seems like you're getting a pretty good handle on it. Izuku chuckled. Well, suddenly getting new powers on the fly isn't exactly new for me. Oh, right, All Might said, his gaze momentarily drifting toward the Omnitrix. Izuku rubbed his temples. But, it's annoying, especially since there's no off button. I wish it would just stop sometimes. All Might folded his arms, his tone shifting into more of a mentor's mode. It's a sense, right? Like hearing or tasting. You just need to focus on picking out the danger from everything else. Izuku grimaced. Yeah, but it feels like someone's stabbing me in the brain every time it goes off. All Might patted Izuku on the shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. How about we talk about it more later? The ability to possess the quirks of previous wielders. Even my master didn't know about this. Izuku's eyes brightened at the thought. Ooh, maybe I could use brainstorm to come up with a few different theories about it. His excitement was palpable, though I probably need a list of the previous quirks just in case. All Might chuckled, nodding. Well, at least you're taking the fact that you've got a new quirk in stride, young man. Izuku shrugged nonchalantly. My forms sometimes come with abilities I didn't know about at first. Like, did you know Upgrade can travel through electrical lines? Amphibian can breathe underwater, and I didn't even know that until I tried it. I mean, after a few times, you kind of get used to it. His face practically sparkled with excitement. All Might couldn't help but smile at the boy's enthusiasm. You do seem pretty excited about it, he said, a chuckle escaping his lips. But enough about that. You should head back to the arena. The third event's about to be announced. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized how much time had passed. Oh, right, bye, All Might, he called over his shoulder before running off down the hall, rounding the corner in a hurry. All Might watched him go with a fond smile, shaking his head. That kid. ... Izuku turned a corner, freezing mid-step when he came face to face with Class A and B girls dressed in cheerleader uniforms. The sight stunned him into silence, and the girls, equally caught off guard, froze in place. Izuku blinked, his voice breaking the tense quiet. The girls echoed, their surprise mirroring his. A beat of awkward silence stretched between them before. They all exclaimed in unison. Izuku's face burned crimson as his mind raced, trying, and failing, not to acknowledge the scene before him. His eyes darted away, hands flying up to cover his face. Don't look, don't look, don't look. What A or Y you wearing? He stammered, his voice cracking. The girls immediately tugged at their uniforms, self-conscious under his gaze. Kyoka hid behind her yellow pom-poms, her face almost as red as Izuku's. I can't believe you're seeing this, she muttered, mortified. Abara, turning as pink as her vines, used them to wrap around herself protectively. This is most improper, she murmured, her tone laced with embarrassment. Momo, usually composed, was a blushing mess. Of all people to see me like this, why him? She thought, wishing she could sink into the floor. Tsuyu's blush was subtle, but she croaked out her feelings plainly. Midoriya, you looking at us like this is a little embarrassing. The girls nodded in agreement, their collective embarrassment only making Izuku's panic worse. He turned away quickly, holding his hands up in surrender. Sorry, but, why are you all wearing cheerleader uniforms? Kyoka buried her face further into her pom-poms, unable to meet his gaze. Tsuyu, taking the lead, responded, Aizawa-sensei and Vlad King said it was for morale. Yup, Setsuna chimed in, her tone playful. Then, with a sly grin, she struck a deliberately sexy pose, arching her back slightly and placing a hand on her hip as she gave him a teasing smile. What do you think, Midoriya? Do we look motivating? Aizawa-sensei and Vlad King said that. Izuku asked, incredulous. Mina, unable to resist, gave him a mischievous grin. She could practically see the steam rising from his head. Yup. Cheer battles, Midoriya, it's all about keeping spirits high. Ochako, trying to hide her embarrassment, managed a small nod. They said it was mandatory, for the girls, she added, tugging at the hem of her skirt. And we're totally going to beat Class A. Setsuna declared confidently, throwing her pom-poms into the air. Pony joined in, shaking her pom-poms with infectious enthusiasm. Yeah, I was a cheerleader back in America during my freshman year. We're gonna wreck you overhyped losers. Itsuka sighed, her face still flushed. Pony, please tell me you're not picking up phrases from Monoma again. Pony hesitated, a guilty look crossing her face. Maybe. Amidst the teasing and boasting, Izuku squinted suspiciously, a thought dawning on him. Wait a second, Aizawa-sensei said this. The girls exchanged nervous glances, their bravado faltering. Yeah, Toru said hesitantly, her voice trailing off. Izuku raised an eyebrow, his tone growing more dubious. The same Aizawa-sensei who doesn't even care if Kacchan refuses to wear a tie. The group froze, the realization hitting them like a truck. Their faces burned brighter as they tried to hide behind their pom-poms. Aizawa-sensei doesn't even enforce dress code, Izuku added, crossing his arms. Their faces burned brighter as they tried to use their pom-poms to shield their midriffs. Izuku sighed, his tone now exasperated. I'm almost afraid to ask, but, Who really told you to wear these? The silence that followed was deafening. Dash dash dash. Dot 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 dot. By Saburaba and Itsuka trailed off, her face twisting into an annoyed scowl. Kaminari, Momo added, her voice tinged with exasperation, clearly unable to comprehend how they'd fallen for such a trick. Izuku, still keeping his head turned away to avoid looking directly at them, blinked in disbelief. Wait, you guys actually thought Aizawa would use Kaminari for something like this? I mean, I know he's not as bad as Mineta, but seriously, do you really think he would trust either of them to enforce a dress code, especially for something like this? The words hung in the air as all the girls flushed crimson, a wave of embarrassment washing over them. A few girls sighed in frustration. Jiro flung her pom-poms to the ground with a dramatic gesture. That asshole, she growled, her face red with both anger and humiliation. I can't believe we fell for this. Kanoko huffed, shaking her head as she looked at the ground in disbelief. Momo, on the verge of a breakdown, collapsed to her knees. I can't believe I let him trick me like this. I even used my quirk. Her voice was full of regret, and she tugged helplessly at her cheerleader outfit as if it would make the situation less awkward. Izuku, his face still flushed from the entire ordeal, couldn't help but think about Kaminari and Saburaba, those two pervs, both equally guilty of pulling off such a ridiculous prank. His internal thoughts finally got the better of him and he let out a small, barely contained chuckle. PFF'd, the sound escaped before he could stop it. The moment the sound left him, the girls' faces exploded into an even more intense blush. His little snort didn't go unnoticed. Kyoka's face went beet red as she stormed toward him. Did you just snort? She accused, her voice rising as her embarrassment gave way to irritation. She glared at him, cheeks glowing. Izuku immediately clamped a hand over his mouth, his face even more flushed as he tried desperately not to laugh again. Sorry, I didn't mean it, I swear. Kendo marched over next, her eyes narrowing in a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Oh, you think this is funny, Midoriya? Her tone was challenging, but her cheeks betrayed the heat rising in them. Izuku quickly put his hands up in defense, trying to shield himself from her glare. And no, it's not funny. His voice was frantic as he stumbled over his words. It's just, I think it's kinda funny that they actually managed to trick all of you. His words trailed off, as he realized the truth behind his statement. This whole situation was a bit ridiculous. The girls all blushed even harder, clearly embarrassed by his blunt honesty. I mean, they're literally the two biggest perverts in school, Izuku added awkwardly. And they asked you to wear cheerleader uniforms. I mean, I don't want to point fingers, but... His voice faltered a bit, realizing how inappropriate his comment sounded. Suyu, tapping her finger thoughtfully on her chin, looked down for a moment before looking up at him with a resigned sigh. Well, in hindsight, yeah, this one's kinda on us, ribbit. ... Kyoka groaned and buried her face in her pom-poms. She mumbled, peeking out just enough to glare at Izuku. But you didn't have to laugh. Izuku turned bright red as her pouty expression caught him off guard. She looked almost too cute for her usual sarcastic demeanor, and his mind betrayed him by taking note of how the uniform fit her petite frame. The way it hugged her figure and highlighted her slender legs sent a jolt through him, and before he realized it, he had been staring. Kyoka noticed his gaze, and though she immediately felt self-conscious, her heart skipped a beat. Her face burned as she whispered, what are you looking at? Izuku whipped his head around, mortified. Nothing. Sorry, he stammered, waving his hands frantically. Before the awkwardness could escalate, Yui stepped forward, her expression as calm as ever. She adjusted her skirt slightly, then posed shyly in front of him, her hands behind her back. Ahem. The sound of Yui clearing her throat snapped Izuku from his thoughts. He glanced up just in time to see her pose in front of him, a bit awkwardly but trying to hide the nervousness in her expression. Izuku, she said, her voice softer than usual. Izuku blinked rapidly, caught off guard by her sudden shift in demeanor. He stammered, still flustered and a bit distracted. Yui shifted a little, trying to compose herself, though there was a subtle hint of pink on her cheeks. How do you think I look? Izuku's brain short-circuited as the words registered. His face exploded into an even deeper shade of crimson. Huh. Yui tilted her head, her usual monotone voice betraying a hint of vulnerability. I wanted to know your opinion on how I look. Izuku's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, his mind spinning wildly. Why you look. Ribbit, I know you're extremely nervous, but can you tell me what you think, regardless? Suyu asked, her tone soft yet steady, her large, unblinking eyes fixed intently on his. Izuku froze on the spot, his face turning a shade of crimson so deep it felt like his entire body was on fire. The sensation of her tongue wrapped around his arm was unexpected, and he struggled to find words, his heart pounding erratically in his chest. Before he could stammer out a reply, the Omnitrix on his wrist emitted a series of rapid beeps. Izuku murmured, his attention snapping to the device as the faceplate popped open with a click, followed by a sharp hiss as it sealed shut. Midoriya, Suyu exclaimed, quickly retracting her tongue as a bright green light erupted, engulfing him in a glowing, pulsating sphere. The sudden flash forced the girls to shield their eyes. Momo held up an arm protectively while Mina took a cautious step back. Whoa, who's the new alien in town? Izuku's voice emerged, deeper and laced with a confident Brooklyn accent. He glanced down at himself, his muscular, amphibian-like body a stark departure from his usual form. Suyu's wide eyes locked on the new alien, her lips parting slightly. She tilted her head, her voice soft. Ribbit, you're like me. A frog? Setsuna asked, stepping closer and squinting at Izuku's alien form. More like a frog who's been hitting the gym. Damn, Midoriya. Setsuna leaned against the wall, half-lidded eyes glinting with mischief. Back on topic. So, Midoriya, do you think we look sexy or not? Since you're the only guy to see us in cheerleader uniforms, she teased, twirling her pom-pom lazily. Bet you feel like one hell of a lucky guy to see us all like this. Ordinarily, Izuku would have turned into a stammering, blushing mess, barely able to get a word out. However, this time was different. Bullfrag stepped forward with a swagger in his stride, his wide grin showing off sharp teeth. Without a word, he pressed Setsuna firmly against the wall, his large frame towering over her. The girl's grin faltered, her eyes widening in shock. Her breath hitched, and she involuntarily leaned back into the wall, her chest rising and falling more quickly than usual. Yeah, it is, Bullfrag said smoothly, his voice carrying a distinct Brooklyn twang, his golden eyes glinting with amusement as he took a step closer, the heat of his body radiating against hers. The girls froze, their voices blending in stunned unison. You know, Bullfrag continued, his tone dropping an octave as his gaze roamed over Setsuna, his eyes narrowing slightly as he appreciated her appearance. Not gonna lie, you're looking real fine in that outfit, sweetheart. His gaze lingered longer than normal, making Setsuna's stomach flutter nervously, a blush creeping up her neck. The room fell into a stunned silence, and Setsuna's body heated up, her palms growing clammy. Her legs wobbled slightly under the pressure, and she tried to steady herself. Did Midoriya just flirt? Momo asked, her fan now frozen mid-wave as her face flushed red. She looked between Bullfrag and Setsuna, her heart racing in disbelief. Setsuna blinked, still pinned against the wall as her mind tried to catch up with the situation. Her body trembled slightly, her muscles tense under the unexpected proximity. Then, a smirk crept across her face, though the faint blush on her cheeks betrayed her composure. Oh, pressing a girl against the wall. How scandalous of you, she teased, her voice tinged with forced confidence, but her pulse quickened, betraying her. Scandalous? Nah, Bullfrag replied, leaning in closer with a cocky smirk, his breath brushing against her ear. This is just how I like to set the mood. His gaze traveled down her figure, his smirk widening as he noticed her body language shift. Setsuna's confidence faltered, and she couldn't ignore the heat in her chest as her breath caught in her throat. Maybe you could use a little excitement in your life, Bullfrag added, dragging out the word, excitement, with a playful lilt, his lips curling into a confident, teasing grin. The other girls stared, their mouths agape, completely unprepared for this bold side of Izuku. Their bodies stiffened in shock, and they exchanged uneasy glances. Yui's normally stoic demeanor cracked as her eyes widened, sparkling with curiosity. A faint blush spread across her cheeks, and she bit her lip absent-mindedly, wiping away a bit of drool as she watched the scene unfold, her chest tightening. Kyoka fidgeted uncomfortably, her earphone jacks twitching nervously as she crossed her arms over her chest, her body tense with both confusion and something else. "What the hell, Midoriya?" she muttered, her face burned pink as she avoided looking at him directly, her hands shaking ever so slightly. Tsuyu pressed a finger to her lips, her wide eyes darting between Bullfrag and Setsuna. "Ribbit, his forms change his personality." Setsuna gulped, her breath shallow, her body almost vibrating with the sudden rush of adrenaline. For once, it felt like Midoriya had the upper hand. "Oh, and what do you have in mind, pervert?" she asked, trying to maintain her teasing tone, though the nervousness in her voice betrayed her, her legs shaking slightly under the pressure of his proximity. Bullfrag's grin only grew wider. Without hesitation, he extended his tongue, wrapping it around Mina and pulling her close with ease, his muscles flexing as he did so, showing off his strength. "Whoa!" Mina yelped as she stumbled forward, her pom-poms falling to the floor. She found herself pressed against his other arm, her face turning a deep shade of lilac. She struggled slightly, her body flushed, her heart racing. Bullfrag now stood between the two girls, his hands braced above their shoulders. His smirked. "I think I got a pretty good idea of how we could make things exciting," he said, his tone dripping with charm, his breath warm against their faces. Mina gulped, her voice trembling. "You Midori. We should probably leave now, you know," she stammered, her hands weakly pushing against his chest, though her body still reacted to his nearness, her pulse quickening. "Nah, doll face, you ain't goin' nowhere," Bullfrag said smoothly, his tone teasing yet assertive, making both girls blush even harder. His grin was cocky as he leaned down slightly, ensuring they felt the weight of his gaze. "I mean, with the way you tease me all the time, a guy could start getting ideas," he continued, his golden eyes glinting with amusement as his gaze flicked between the two girls, his body swaying slightly with an easy confidence. Ashido's and Setsuna's faces turned beet red as they tried to stammer out a response. Their bodies tensed, and they both unconsciously crossed their arms, trying to create some distance between themselves and Bullfrag. "Hey, I'm just giving back a little of the affection you gals always show me," Bullfrag said casually, shrugging as if it were the most natural thing in the world, his stance relaxed but still imposing. Setsuna's heart raced as she tried to push him away, her confidence shaken. "Oh, come on, Midoriya, you know we just tease you because it's fun," she said weakly, her voice unsteady as she shifted uncomfortably. "Why yeah, it's not like we." Mina's voice trailed off, her blush deepening, her heart pounding in her chest. "But it's something else when you do it," Bullfrag replied, his voice dropping to a sultry murmur as he turned his attention back to Setsuna. He leaned in so close that she could feel his breath on her skin, his body pressing firmly against hers, making her pulse race. "Makes a guy feel real special, you know." Setsuna's heart pounded so loudly she was sure he could hear it. Her palms were sweating, and she felt her body tense, her chest tightening under the intensity of his gaze. She had always found Midoriya cute and fun to be around, but this bold, confident side of him was something else entirely. She pressed her pom-poms to her chest, trying to steady her breathing, her body betraying her. "Just showing my appreciation to all the sexy ladies who brighten my day," Bullfrag said, flashing a grin at Mina. Mina's face turned an even deeper shade of lilac, her breathing growing quicker. "Ribbit, what's the matter, Mina?" Bullfrag said, dragging out her name in a low, husky tone, causing her body to quiver involuntarily. The sound sent shivers down everyone's spines. "You seem just as flustered as Setsuna." Setsuna and Mina both turned redder at the way he said their names, their bodies radiating heat from the intense attention. Bullfrag chuckled, his grin widening. "Ah, look at you two. Cute and all flustered," he teased, leaning in a little closer. "Didn't know I had this kinda effect on ya." Setsuna and Mina both froze, their hearts pounding harder as the warm, tickling feeling spread throughout their chests. Bullfrag shrugged, a confident smirk never leaving his face. "Yaus asked me to call ya by your first names, didn't ya?" he said casually, his Brooklyn accent thick with playful arrogance. I'm just following through. Why you can call me by my first name, but transform back first. Setsuna stammered, voice shaky as she fumbled for words. Her pulse raced in her ears. Mina, still stunned, tried to shake herself out of her daze. Why yeah, be but not like that, she blurted, her face burning lilac. Bullfrag leaned in closer, his voice dropping low, almost a whisper. Not like what, he teased, his words slow and deliberate as he could practically feel their hearts racing. Both girls trembled slightly under his gaze, the heat rising in their bodies. Setsuna's mind was reeling, her heart thumping in her chest like a drum. What's happenin'? What's this feelin'? She felt herself blush even more and instinctively hid behind her pom-poms, her chest tightening as her emotions spiraled. Girls, let's leave, please. Setsuna whispered, trying to steady her breath but failing. Her chest felt tight, like her heart was ready to explode. Ashido's chest heaved as she tried to regain her composure, but every time she glanced at Bullfrag, her heart skipped a beat. Don't look at me like that, dummy, she muttered, her voice betraying the warmth coursing through her body. Bullfrag's attention shifted toward the other girls, his arms folding across his chest as a sly grin spread across his face. Remind me to thank Kaminari and Mineta for tricking you guys, he said, his voice dripping with amusement. Seeing you all like this really made my day. The girls' faces flushed red, and some of them instinctively hid behind their pom-poms, shifting nervously as their feet shuffled beneath them. Despite the new form, they all knew this was still Izuku, and his teasing had the same effect on them as always. He was tugging at their heartstrings in a way that made them blush uncontrollably. Momo, still kneeling on the ground, felt a firm hand on her arm, helping her up. Momo. Bullfrag's voice sounded low and smooth as he spoke her first name, making her heart skip a beat. Don't mind those idiots, Bullfrag continued, his tone warm and casual as he looked at the other girls with a glint in his eye. They only tricked you 'cause they know you always see the best in people, and that's one of your best qualities. Bullfrag's gaze lingered on Momo, scanning her from head to toe. His grin widened, and he said, we all know what your best features are. Momo instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, her cheeks flaming with embarrassment. Don't know why you're covering up, Momo, Bullfrag teased. Your best quality's that sexy mind of yours, not your body. Momo's knees wobbled, and her face burned even brighter. She quickly covered her face with her hands, trying to hide her flustered expression. Bullfrag then turned his attention to Jiro, his eyes scanning her legs and body. Jiro felt a strange flutter in her chest, and she quickly crossed her legs, her face turning red. Stop looking, you idiot, she snapped, her voice a mix of frustration and embarrassment. Bullfrag smirked, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Sorry, couldn't help myself, he said with a wink. You're way too damn seductive. His teasing didn't end there. As he turned his gaze toward Tsuyu, something in his expression shifted. He stopped mid-motion, almost like a man who had found something he had been searching for. His eyes softened as he looked at her, his mouth dropping slightly. Oh my, Bullfrag murmured, his voice filled with awe. Asui. Call me Su, Tsuyu replied, her voice cool and calm, though a slight blush painted her cheeks. Bullfrag's grin stretched even wider as he leaned in closer, his eyes never leaving hers. If you call me Izuku, he said, his voice low and teasing. Tsuyu remained composed, her expression unchanging, though the subtle blush on her face grew a little more noticeable. Bullfrag didn't give up, his tone taking a bold turn. Now, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, Su. Let's find a love hotel together. The girls gasped in unison, their eyes wide in disbelief. Tsuyu, however, didn't flinch. She remained calm and collected, her finger tapping thoughtfully on her chin. The silence stretched on as the girls waited with bated breath, anticipating Tsuyu's response. After what felt like an eternity, she spoke, her voice calm yet with an underlying hint of amusement. Su. Huh, Tsuyu responded absent-mindedly, still glancing at Bullfrag, as though she was seriously considering his offer. At that moment, Ochako couldn't stand it anymore. She felt a mix of embarrassment and something else she couldn't quite name as she watched Suyu be so nonchalant about Bullfrag's flirtations. With a quick movement, Ochako grabbed Suyu's arm and pulled her away, her voice urgent. "Come on, Sue, let's go." The other girls quickly followed suit, fleeing in embarrassment and flustered confusion, their faces bright red as they bolted toward the locker room. I can't believe he looked at me like that," the girls thought collectively, their cheeks hot with humiliation. I know Midoriya's transformation changed his personality, but... Ashido groaned, her face still burning. This isn't fair. I was supposed to tease him. But he totally flipped the script on me. That. Ashido, Setsuna, hope you both realize it's both your fault, Momo said dryly, her voice tinged with amusement. The girls all gave Ashido and Setsuna slight glares, their faces still flushed with a mix of frustration and embarrassment. Setsuna, still clutching her chest, stood there in a daze. Her mind raced as she tried to make sense of the events that had just unfolded. "And no way, am I?" she thought, her heart thudding in her chest. A green flash erupted from the tunnel as Izuku staggered out, his face contorted in mortification, eyes wide with cringing horror at the memory. His pulse was racing, and every part of him felt like it was on fire from the embarrassment. Midoriya, Iida called out as he noticed Izuku drop to his knees, clutching at the grass. "Midoriya, what's wrong? What happened?" Iida asked, his voice full of concern. Izuku appeared to be in a state of utter humiliation. Izuku winced, still cringing at the recollection. He managed to give a brief explanation of the events, leaving out the details about Bullfrag, but still clearly struggling with the memory. "How deplorable," Iida said, shaking his head in disappointment. "I can't believe they would do such a thing." "Why yeah," Izuku murmured, still lost in his embarrassment. "Get those foam fingers in the air. It's almost time for the last round." Present Mike's voice boomed over the loudspeaker, cutting through the tension. "At least the females in both classes won't be subjected to such humiliation," Iida muttered. "Honestly, don't they understand how detrimental it could be for them? Pros may not take them seriously if they wore those cheerleader uniforms." Iida shook his head in disapproval. "I highly doubt it would have mattered," Izuku said, clearly distracted by the memory. Present Mike continued his announcements, updating the crowd about the students who hadn't made it to the finals, while giving everyone enough time to prepare for the final round. "Good news for everyone who didn't make the finals. Since this is a sports festival, we've prepared some super fun side games that everyone can participate in." Izuku winced, and Iida and Shoji, who had approached, noticed his reaction. "What's wrong?" Shoji asked, tilting his head in confusion. "Oh, nothing," Izuku replied with a forced chuckle. "Just, take it from me, there's nothing worse than a patronizing participation game after losing." I see how that could be perceived that way," Shoji said, nodding in understanding. "This is one of the reasons I avoided the sports festival back in middle school," Izuku muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. Meanwhile, Mineta, Kaminari, and Saburaba stood nearby, their eyes practically sparkling with excitement. In Denki's case, sparks even danced around him as he practically bounced on his feet. "No way you managed this," Mineta said, his voice dripping with a lecherous tone. He was practically drooling in anticipation. "Yup, Yaoyorozu and Kendo totally bought it. I saw Yaoyorozu working on the uniforms," Kaminari added, his eyes wide with excitement. Izuku's eyes widened as the realization dawned on him. His lips curled into a slight, almost smug, smile as he anticipated their disappointment. "And we even brought cheerleaders from America to get your blood pumping," Present Mike announced. Mineta rubbed his hands together, his eyes bulging with excitement. "Here it comes." Suddenly, from the darkness of the tunnel, outstrode a group of furious girls, Jiro, Kendo with her fists enlarged, and Abara with her hair like vines ready to lash out. "You idiots," Kyoka growled, her voice full of anger. Mineta's mouth went dry, and Saburaba's face paled in fear as the three of them stumbled back, instinctively terrified by the girls' furious expressions. Kyoka, seeing Izuku still on the ground, his embarrassment palpable, felt her heart race at the earlier interaction. Her mind reeled, but then a grin slowly spread across her face. She stepped forward, holding back the other two girls. "Hold on, girls, I have a better idea," Kyoka said, making both Obara and Kendo raise an eyebrow in confusion. Saburaba, Mineta, and Kaminari bolted off in the opposite direction, no longer willing to risk further humiliation. Kyoka, however, made her way to Izuku, who was still crouched on the ground, his face a shade of crimson. She tapped his head gently with one of her jacks. "Hey," she said, her own cheeks a bit flushed now. "Hey," Izuku replied, looking up at her. "Look, I'm sorry about." Before he could finish, Kyoka placed one of her jacks on his lips, silencing him. "You wanna make it up to me?" Kyoka asked, her voice playful, a mischievous grin on her face. Izuku raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued, but he nodded slowly. Kyoka's grin widened as she leaned in, the moment hanging in the air between them. ... Man, can't believe they didn't fall for it, Kaminari muttered, hands casually resting behind his head. "How come they came after me? I didn't do anything," Mineta screamed, his face red with indignation. Saburaba shrugged nonchalantly, a smirk tugging at his lips. You're known as a pervert. You're never gonna shake off those previous antics. Everyone's just gonna think you're up to something shady, no matter what." "At least we made it out." Suddenly, a blue blur rushed past them, so fast they couldn't even react. FWOOSH. Before they could process what happened, the atmosphere around them changed. The next thing they knew, they were standing there in the middle of the sports festival arena, in their underwear. The crowd roared with laughter as the three boys froze, blinking in confusion. "What the?" Mineta shouted, looking around frantically as his hands shot to cover himself. His face was bright red. Kaminari stood there, equally confused. "What the heck? Why are we?" He glanced around, realizing the embarrassing truth. Saburaba tried to make sense of it. I don't even know what just happened." Then, in the blink of an eye, another blue blur zipped past them again. FWOOSH. In an instant, they were dressed in cheerleader uniforms, complete with pom-poms. The entire arena fell silent for a moment before bursting into even louder laughter. The sudden transformation left them utterly exposed and beyond embarrassed. Whoa, what's this? Denki Kaminari, Minoru Mineta, Kosei T. Saburaba, are going full fanservice. Class A and B couldn't stop laughing at the sight of the three boys now in full cheerleader attire, pom-poms in hand, standing awkwardly in the middle of the stadium. "What are you guys wearing?" Hiroshima roared with laughter, nearly falling over from how hard he was laughing. "Ha ha ha." Zero was almost doubled over, unable to control his laughter. "Oh my god, show off them legs, Kaminari," he shouted. "Ha ha ha ha." Kaminari, Mineta, and Saburaba tried to hide behind their pom-poms, faces burning from the overwhelming embarrassment. They knew full well what a sight they must have been. "PFFY, bwahahaha, Saburaba, what the heck are you wearing?" Kaibara shouted, clutching his stomach as he laughed uncontrollably. Monoma let out a loud, obnoxious laugh as he pointed at Mineta and Kaminari. "Ha ha 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 ha, this is gold, look at them." The laughter from Class A and B continued to echo through the arena, with Mina and Ashido nearly doubling over from how hard they were laughing. "I can't even. This is too perfect," Mina gasped between fits of laughter, clutching her stomach. Kyoka stood with a smug look on her face as the three boys glanced at her, only to see a green flash and realize Izuku was walking towards her. They froze, eyes widening in realization. Midoriya, why you did this?" Kaminari stammered, still trying to process what had just happened. "Why?" Saburaba asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Kyoka crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. "You know damn well why, you idiots," she snapped. "Aizawa and Vlad King didn't order us to wear cheerleader uniforms." The three boys flinched at her sharp words, their faces burning with embarrassment. Obara passed by, shaking her head in disappointment. "To think you would misuse our trust for your own lustful fantasies. Truly unworthy of being heroes." With that, she whipped each of them across the face with a vine, leaving their cheeks red and swollen. "Isn't that a bit much?" Izuku asked, watching with some concern as the boys recoiled from the strike. Kyoka, still flushed, shot him a look. You weren't wearing cheerleader uniforms a minute ago. Her voice was laced with irritation, though she clearly found the situation hilarious. Izuku blushed slightly, nodding. Fair enough, he muttered. Momo folded her arms, her gaze turning critical. You both should be ashamed of yourselves. Abusing the trust of your classmates like that. It's a good thing Midoriya found us when he did, or else we would have made complete fools of ourselves. The three boys sniffled, the weight of their actions settling in. Realization hit them all at once, and Izuku began to back away slowly. Midoriya, they shouted in unison, their voices filled with betrayal. How could you betray us? Mineta wailed, his voice high-pitched. This would have been perfect, but you just had to ruin it for all of us. Izuku shook his head, trying to avoid the intense stares of his classmates. I somehow doubt every guy wanted to see a bunch of teenagers in cheerleader uniforms. Itsuka deadpanned, her arms crossed as she observed the chaos. That's because you have no taste. No ambition, Saburaba shot back. Kaminari blinked, suddenly realizing something. Wait, Midoriya, that means you saw them. He leaned forward. Oh, please tell us everything. Mineta followed up with an eager grin. I have to know who looked the hottest. Who had the best legs? Who was the sexiest? The girls, their faces flushed with embarrassment, looked at Izuku in silence, silently hoping for a response. Izuku's face turned bright red at the attention. Well, look at the time, gotta go. He stammered, suddenly sprinting away toward midnight, his heart racing with discomfort. The girls shot frustrated looks toward Izuku as he fled. You could have at least said something. Setsuna muttered under her breath. All right, everyone, let's have fun competing in the recreational games. When that's over, the 23 from the 4 teams that made it to the final round will duke it out tournament style, one-on-one. Present Mike's voice boomed across the field, bringing energy to the crowd. The last round is a tournament where we fight one-on-one, huh? I'm gonna stand on the stage that I watch every year on TV. Kirishima said, his excitement practically radiating off of him. He was proud to have made it this far. Was it a tournament last year? Mina asked, tilting her head in confusion. It's different every year, but there's always a one-on-one competition, Honta explained. Last year, it was a sports Chanbara match. Now, let's draw lots to determine the bracket. Midnight continued, her voice full of energy. Once the bracket is determined, we'll have the recreational games, and then we'll get started. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to participate in the recreational games. I'm sure some of you want to rest or save your strength. She turned to the first name on the list. Izuku Midoriya, she called. Izuku stood up, his heart racing. As he moved forward, he noticed Todoroki staring at him, a determined look on his face. We're in different brackets. The only way I'll get to fight him is if we both make it to the finals. Todoroki thought, watching Izuku with a calculated expression. Who's Uraraka? Bakugo asked, his eyes narrowing in irritation. We're in different brackets. The only way I get to fight you is if we both make it to the finals. Make it to the finals so I can beat you, Todoroki thought, before his mind wandered to the flames he had felt at the USJ, during their first battle trial, and the intense speed Izuku showed in the quirk assessment. To his surprise, his hand began to shake. Why am I shaking? He thought, placing his hand over his face and taking a few deep breaths to calm himself. Shoto Todoroki. As Todoroki snapped out of his thoughts, Billy Billions smirked and walked past him, catching Todoroki's attention. A scowl crossed Todoroki's face. He had never liked Billy. The way he spoke about people like they were his property, using his money and influence to get whatever he wanted, it all grated on him. I hope we can have a good fight, Billy said, his tone almost patronizing. You and we're the same. Both of us have to live up to expectations. I am nothing like you, Todoroki snapped, his eyes blazing with fury. His words caught everyone's attention. Jiro and Izuku exchanged a glance, both aware of Todoroki's past and the weight of his words. Everything about you disgusts me, Todoroki said, his voice filled with venom. Someone like you should never be here. He walked away, his expression a mixture of anger and frustration. Man, I get his quirkless, but that wasn't necessary, a student from Class B commented. Yeah, I didn't think Todoroki was the type to act like that, Kaminari added, visibly unsettled. Are we sure that's the reason Billy has other, unpleasant attributes? Momo mused aloud, looking at the others in confusion. Izuku shook his head. No, that's not the reason, trust me, he replied, though he was clearly unsettled by Todoroki's outburst. He walked away with Ojiro, his mind still lingering on the confrontation. As they moved off, Izuku caught sight of Monoma smirking at him. If I beat Monoma, I'm going to fight Kendo, Izuku thought to himself, still processing the weight of the moment. Midoriya, Monoma called, stepping toward him, his hand extended in an almost mocking gesture. But before Monoma could get too close, Ojiro grabbed Izuku by the shoulder, pulling him away. Don't let him touch you, Ojiro said firmly, his voice low. Izuku raised an eyebrow. But his quirk doesn't work on me. It's not his copy quirk I'm worried about, Ojiro interrupted, his gaze sharp as he scanned the area. Monoma smirked, clearly thinking he'd already won the match before it even began. You know, Midoriya, I'm honestly kind of jealous of you, Monoma began, crossing his arms and watching Izuku with a twisted expression. Let's be honest. Everyone has their eyes glued to you. Even SACT sees you as a potential threat to All Might. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who envies you. Izuku blinked in surprise. I mean, how do you think your classmates feel? You're always showing them up in the fields they've worked their asses off to excel in, Monoma continued, a bitter edge in his voice. Some of Class 1A flinched, but Izuku remained confused. Showing them up? What is he talking about? Take Iida, for example. He's supposed to be the fastest in his year, but even with your transformations, you still outclass him in speed, Monoma said, his words cutting deep. Then Monoma shifted his gaze to Momo, who looked visibly uncomfortable. And Yaoyorozu, who prides herself on her intelligence, but you proved you're far smarter than her at the USJ. Momo herself stiffened, feeling the sting of the comparison. Monoma smirked, his words growing colder. I could list off all the reasons, but when I beat you, it will be satisfying, not just for me, but probably for the rest of your class too. The guy who's shown them up finally getting beaten. I can already picture the satisfied looks on their faces. He turned and walked away, leaving a tense silence behind him. Ojiro, sensing an opportunity, grabbed Izuku's arm and gently pulled him away. Let's just get out of here, he said quietly, guiding Izuku toward a quieter corner of the arena. Izuku glanced over his shoulder, seeing how the encounter had affected some of his classmates. I know I shouldn't be jealous, but I'm at least going to push myself, Momo thought, clenching her fist, her resolve hardening. Izuku sat in the waiting room with Kirishima and Ojiro, the tension of the upcoming match hanging in the air. So, you think Monoma copied Shinso's quirk? Izuku asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Ojiro nodded. Yeah, he came up to me when we were forming teams, asking me to join his. I turned him down, and when we shook hands, everything went blank. I was under his control for most of the capture the flag game. How do I beat someone like that? Kirishima asked, clearly uneasy. I mean, my quirk relies on getting close to my opponent. Ojiro responded calmly, you don't give him the chance to use it. He couldn't control me until we made skin-to-skin contact. Skin-to-skin, so all I have to do is just beat him up without touching his skin. Kirishima said, relief creeping into his voice. So I'll just aim for his clothes. Exactly, Izuku said, but Monoma might copy a quirk just to get close to me. Aren't you worried that he might copy your quirk? Kirishima asked, his brow furrowing. Izuku hesitated. He's tried, but it doesn't seem to work on me. Maybe it's because you have that support item, Ojiro suggested. Why yeah, Izuku's voice trailed off, his mind racing with questions. But that doesn't explain why he can't copy one for all. Kendo told me he tried, and he went off on a rant saying he felt absolutely nothing, no quirk at all. So, I just have to be careful not to touch him, or I'll lose for sure. Izuku murmured, his hands tented in front of him as he started to feel the weight of the match ahead. Not exactly, Ojiro replied. Even if he gets you, there's still a chance. For round 2, I don't remember much, except when you sent that shockwave. Oh yeah, you flicked and sent that massive shockwave. Dude, I didn't know you could do that with just a flick. Kirishima said, clearly impressed, though Ojiro looked a bit embarrassed. I think we were attacking, and suddenly a massive wind pressure blasted me into a tree. That's when I realized I was free, Ojiro explained. Izuku's eyes brightened as he tilted his head, starting to piece things together. So, the shockwave broke the control? Maybe, Ojiro said with a shrug. It's just a guess. Still, I don't know how much of a shock it would take to break his spell. In a one-on-one match, you can't rely on outside forces to help you. Got it. I'll have to figure it out on my own, Izuku said, determination creeping into his voice. Ojiro stood up. Anyway, man, I hope that helps, it's all I know. Yeah, it helps a lot actually, Kirishima said, his mood lifting. Thanks, Ojiro, Izuku added, giving his friend a grateful smile. Just as the conversation wrapped up, the door to the waiting room creaked open. Kodai stepped in, her usual aloof demeanor present. Oh, there you are, she said, looking at the three of them with a raised eyebrow. Yui? Did you need something? Izuku asked, watching as she pulled out a card that read, broccoli. Kirishima and Ojiro snickered while Izuku stood there, looking completely confused. Scavenger hunt, Yui explained. My card says, broccoli, and I've got the perfect person for the task. Izuku blinked, still uncertain. You mean me? My hair doesn't really look like broccoli, does it? I mean, she's not wrong, Ojiro chuckled, giving a playful grin. Go ahead, Midoriya. You need something to take your mind off the match. Izuku smiled, a bit relieved by the lighter moment. Yeah, I'll be your broccoli. Can't let stress ruin the fun of the festival. Kodai grinned and grabbed his hand, slipping the card behind her back. Great. Let's go, my broccoli. Hey guys, are you ready? Present Mike's voice boomed, pumping up the crowd, who erupted into an even louder cheer. A lot's happened, but now it comes down to this. A serious battle where you can only depend on yourself. The third event of the sports festival. Izuku stood in the tunnel, stretching as the deafening roar of the crowd filled the air. His gaze was fixed on the platform ahead, his heart pounding in his chest. I got this. Izuku. He thought to himself, cracking his knuckles. Audience. The finals you've been waiting for are finally here, Present Mike shouted, causing the crowd to go wild with excitement. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Oh, I found you. Izuku turned, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest when he saw none other than Maruko standing before him, a carrot in hand and a smirk on her face. Maruko? Izuku stammered, spinning around. Maruko eyed him, taking note of the obvious changes in his physique. He looked stronger, more confident, and held himself with a newfound poise. If it isn't Four Arms himself, she smirked, didn't think I'd run into you again. Maruko? I didn't know you'd be here, Izuku blurted out, still a little caught off guard. Maruko crossed her arms, her smirk widening. What, you think a pro like me can't check out the up-and-coming competition? Here's some advice, kid. Don't freeze up when someone says your name. Makes you look like a wimp. Izuku scratched his head nervously. I didn't think you'd remember, and you don't exactly seem like the type to scout. You don't like teams or working with others, so I figured you'd just be doing your own thing. Maruko snorted, a playful glint in her eyes. Kinda hard to forget a guy who goes from a towering bruiser to, well, less scrawny, I guess. She raised an eyebrow, eyeing him critically. And I've seen you turn into a whole bunch of guys. Izuku blushed, feeling embarrassed but also a little proud. And as for scouting, Miruko's smirk deepened. Depending on how you do today, that might change. Her words hung in the air, and Izuku's heart skipped a beat at the suggestion that she might be interested in him as an intern. In our first match, we have two class rivals going head-to-head. From Class B, the guy WHO can steal your shtick with a touch. NEITOMONOMA. Present Mike announced, and the audience erupted into cheers. Izuku flinched slightly before pushing himself forward. That's my cue, Izuku said to himself, taking a deep breath as he approached the entrance. Before stepping out, he glanced behind him, catching Miruko's eye. She gave him a wink and a playful nod before she disappeared. His face flushed red, his heart racing as he stepped out into the arena, the buzz of the crowd surrounding him. Izuku felt a surge of energy. I can do this. His thoughts focused, his body primed for what was ahead. Versus the walking abnormality. He came first in both events. The class president of Class 1A, Present Mike shouted, his voice amplifying the excitement in the air. As Izuku stepped out, the roar of the crowd intensified, and it was clear. Izuku had become a fan favorite. You wanting heroes? He's got several, and each one is something special. We have Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike announced with energy that matched the cheers around them. The crowd went wild as Izuku confidently walked toward the platform, Momo striding in from the opposite side. His heart raced, but he focused, his steps steady. The girls from both Class A and Class B watched with intense anticipation as Izuku moved forward. You got this, Greenie. Kyoka mentally cheered, her eyes locked on him. Good luck, Dekiru. Ochako shouted from her seat, her voice filled with hope. She glanced at Itsuka, who was already on her feet, joining in the excitement. Midoriya, kick his ass, Kendo yelled, her voice full of enthusiasm. Yui held up a brightly colored sign that read, Good luck Izuku. Her quiet support still rang loud with love for their classmate. Show him what you've got, Izuku, Momo added, her voice clear and confident. The crowd was in an uproar as Izuku reached the platform, the powerful crackle of one for all surrounding him in arcs of green lightning. His stance was firm, every muscle focused as he took a deep breath. It's hero time. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.